morning. This is the August 12th, 2025 regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Good job. Councilmember Santamaria.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. Don't think because she's cute you're going to get away with murder today, by the way, Councilman Harmon. Very good. And with that, we have a ceremonial item to read.
Item 1, National Disability Independence Day.
Come on, join me at the dais here. Good to see you, my friend. It's National Disability Independence Day, July 26th, 2025. Whereas 35 years ago, on July 26, 1990, the Americans with Disabilities Act was signed into law to ensure the civil rights of people with disabilities. And whereas this legislation established a clear and comprehensive national mandate for the elimination of discrimination against individuals with disabilities, and whereas this landmark law affirms that Americans with disabilities are Americans first, and whereas the ADA has expanded opportunities for Americans with disabilities by reducing barriers and changing perceptions and increasing full participation in community life, and whereas we recognize the contributions and progress Americans with disabilities have made in our community, and whereas the city continues to make improvements to accessibility in its programs and services, facilities, and public rights of way with the advice and participation of its Access Advisory Committee, and whereas on the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, we rededicate ourselves to empowering every individual with those most American principles of equal access and equal opportunity. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim July 26, 2025 as National Disability Independence Day in honor of the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So, congratulations, Mr. Burnham, and here is the
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bob Burnham. I am a former member of the Access Advisory Committee and very honored to speak briefly before you this afternoon in response to this wonderful proclamation. We have heard the buzzword DEI. It's been floating around for some time now, especially in this current administration. And for those of us with disabilities, these three letters actually have stood for a couple of things down through human history. Dehumanized, demonized even sometimes, excluded, sometimes even exiled, invalidated, and ignored. However, I look at government on all levels, and here you are on our local city level, the beginning of government, the beginning of legislation, that your decisions matter. Your legislation matters in creating a path that leads from those negative words that we have faced as people with disabilities down through history, creating a path that comes to diversity, equality, and inclusion. So I commend you, Mayor Rouse, and you members of the City Council for your decisions to work toward greater accessibility, whether it's wheelchair lifts on our city buses to make them 100% accessible, hearing loops for people hard of hearing or deaf, all the programs and services provided by the Braille Institute and the Santa Barbara, or the Central Coast Access Center, formerly Independent Living Resource Center, all the agencies working to create across the board. I forgot about organizations like PathPoint, UCP Work Inc., all the areas of developmental disability, which we often overlook, sadly. Working toward that creative path, again, to create diversity, equality, and inclusion. And I commend you for all the decisions you've made to help our programs and services in this city become more accessible and include us as part of the community, regardless what our jobs or positions are. Thank you on behalf of the Access Advisory Committee and all of us with people with disabilities for this proclamation and for all the hard work that you've done in this direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bob. Congratulations. I do have someone who would like to speak to this item, Michael Rassler. You have 3 minutes at the dais, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you, City Council members. My name is Michael Rassler. I'm the President and CEO at Hillside, an intermediate care facility in ICF for adults living with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I echo everything Bob said, 100%. I had the good fortune of serving on the Access Advisory Committee with Bob when he was still a member, actually our chairperson, and continue to serve. This past July 26th, National Disability Independence Day, Hillside, Santa Barbara, hosted the first ever Disability Independence Day Festival on our property at 1235 Veronica Springs Drive. I saw a number of you there. I hope you had as good a time as I did. I think I was the only one enjoying the dunk tank as much as I did. I want to acknowledge and thank my fellow Access Advisory Committee members, and especially Brian DeArmour, the staff person from the city who's been working with us in addition to his many other responsibilities, for their support, as well as our partner agencies, Tri-County Regional Center, PathPoint, Alpha Resource Center, Easy Lift, Grace Fisher Foundation, and so many others who were there with us on the 26th and continue to work every day for the intellectually and developmentally disabled neighbors, friends, and family members that we have here in Santa Barbara. I am happy to share with so much input and so much support that Hillside will be hosting a Independence Day, National Disability Independence Day Festival as an annual event. So I look forward to seeing you there next year on that same weekend. Thank you very, very much for your support. Thank you, gentlemen, for your support, and everybody else who has helped Santa Barbara really be and become even more so a model for so many other communities and cities for inclusivity, accessibility, and engagement that enables everybody in Santa Barbara to share what we have in this incredible community, incredible city that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to the Madam Administrator. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't believe that there are any changes to the agenda. I just wanted to highlight we do the consent public hearing on the consent calendar today.
Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate that. And with that, we will go to the consent calendar. Do you have some items to read, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 2, amendment to Title 17 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code pertaining to the transfer of slip permits in the Santa Barbara Harbor ordinance introduction. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only. An ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code SBMC by adding section to 17.20.005 relating to transfer of slip permits in the Santa Barbara Harbor. Item 3, amending Waterfront Department Resolution number 3 -095 for vessel measurement and size restriction, and amending Resolution 14-023 establishing a slip occupancy policy to include 9 commercial fishing slips in the Santa Barbara Harbor. Resolution. Recommendation of the Council A, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 3-095 pertaining to the regulation of vessel measurement and size restrictions in Santa Barbara Harbor. And B, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Resolution Number 14023 establishing a slip occupancy policy for designated commercial fishing slips in Santa Barbara Harbor. And then item 6, I will go ahead and read now. Zoning map amendment for 2020 Chapala Street ordinance introduction. Recommendation of the Council D, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the sectional zoning map of the City of Santa Barbara as referenced in Santa Barbara Municipal Code Title APX, Section SM.010, pertaining to assessor parcel number 25-311-023 located at 2020 Chapala Street.
Thank you. First of all, question, Madam Attorney, should I recuse on item 2? Am I slip holder?
Mr. Mayor, no, you are not be required to, since this just pertains to the commercial fishing slips, not the regular slips in the harbor.
Okay, I see. Okay, so, and I do have a speaker slip for item 2 and 3, which kind of blend together, so we'll hold off on that. Are there any other items that need to be pulled for comment or separate vote? All right, with that, I would entertain a motion, actually for items 4 and 5, and then we'll have to open up consent public hearings separately. So if I have an item 4 and 5.
So moved.
Moved by Friedman,
Second.
second by Harmon. May we have the vote, please?
Very good. And confirming there are no hands raised online for, at this point either. For items 4 and 5, as the staff recommendation, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you. And with that, I'll open up the consent public hearing on item 6. It's already been read into the record. Any comment or motion on item 6?
Mr. Mayor, did you ask for public comment on that?
Did we have public comment on item 6? I don't have one.
There is no public comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's item, whatever you are, attorney. Everybody gets a title today. Okay, can I get a motion on item 6, please? Moved by Harmon,
Second.
second by Friedman. Very good. May we have the vote?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman for item 6 as recommended. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously, thank you very much. And with that, we'll move to a report from the Finance Committee. Chair?
Got it.
Got it?
Sorry, I
Yeah.
was looking at my notes. So today at the Finance Committee, we approved the recommendation that will come to council for $3.5 million towards the Housing Authority's Jacaranda Court Affordable Housing Project. That project includes a majority of 55 of the units in the 80 to 120 area median income range, and so that will be coming to council, I believe, next week.
All right, very good. And with that, we'll move on to general public comment for 3 minutes at the dais for anything that is not on today's agenda but within the purview of this body. And I'll have Mark Wolford as the first speaker. You have 3 minutes at the dais, Mr. Wolford.
Yes, sir. Hello, everybody up there, especially Mr. Rouse. And I uttered something under my breath one day, and he said my name wrong, and I said, I'm sorry, all right, please forgive me. And Mr. Jordan, I know you guys have done a lot for the city, and I've seen a few brass fire hydrants. I was wondering, you know, where our sister cities are here on the way to Blenders as we go through that little path. Well, maybe someday they can put a couple little stars down for you guys that have done so good for the city. I mean that. I mean, what they have, the walk down there in Hollywood, they got the stars. But anyways, I'm here on another matter, that'd be my neck and my stomach. I've been waiting for 5 years, and I finally got this neck that, I got hit by a couple hundreds of pounds. It drilled me right into the ground, and I was never so scared in my life. And it sounded like an AMR came, and I said, "Can you at least take a picture?" I don't know how I got home. What the heck? Santa Barbara, I don't know. And I got in the morning, I woke up, there was dried blood down my face. And finally, I'm getting the stomach taken care of, a CAT scan. And I did have an MRI last week. So I'm going to hope for the best in every one of you. And I haven't got the pleasure of meeting you, Miss Wendy, and it's good to have you aboard. And Miss Harmon, the last time I seen you with your daughter, I believe it was in the harbor. It was years ago. But you guys, thank you, and God bless you for everything you do. Okay?
Thank you. Are there any public speakers online for general public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there is one public speaker with a hand raised for general public comment, and that is Aaron Ashland. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, let me unmute you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, I'm calling today because I'm deeply concerned about the direction of our city's public safety, or the direction our city's public safety has taken. Since the mayor took office, our police vacancies have nearly doubled, despite campaign promises that public safety would be a top priority. We no longer have the staffing to prevent crime. We only respond after it happens. Incidents like the stabbing during Fiesta are reminders of what happens when we lose the ability to act proactively. This is on your shoulders, Mr. Mayor. You promised better, and it hasn't happened. The lack of staffing affects more than just major crimes. It impacts the everyday quality of human life. We can't properly enforce e-bike violations, and we're not addressing serious issues like human trafficking. I've heard from credible sources that trafficked women are in NOAA's anchorage, yet our police department reportedly has no file on them. This is unacceptable. On top of that, we've undermined one of the few programs that was making a positive difference, the Faro Center. When it opened, it saw 70 to 130 people a day, offering basic services like bathrooms and meals. That reduced problems for business owners, residents, and visitors. But since moving to an appointment-only model, they can max see 20 to 25 people a day. That leaves dozens, often those most in need, back on the streets without access to bathrooms, food, or help. Now ambassadors are being told to avoid contact with the most difficult individuals after one of them was attacked. This is for safety reasons, which I totally understand, but who is left to deal with them? If we don't have enough police officers, they can't go to the Faro Center, and the ambassadors are told to stay away from the violent ones. That leaves these people with mental illness to be dealt with by visitors, residents, and business owners. None of us who have the tools or training to handle violent or unstable behavior. The Faro Center was never going to control mental illness or solve homelessness overnight, but it was helping. Now we've stripped away 80% of its reach. I urge you to restore the drop-in model. Add security if needed. Give our police department the resources to prevent crime, not just respond to it. The safety of our community and our businesses and our visitors depends on it. Thank you.
All right, very good. Are there further speakers online?
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll go to our poll consent items, and we have Chris Voss as a speaker. And I've got you down, Mr. Voss, for item 2, but I assume you're speaking to 2 and 3 kind of combined?
I think so, Mayor.
All right.
Yeah,
Let's go with that because it kind of relates to the commercial fisheries.
appreciate that, yes. So some of my comments are kind of general. So good afternoon, council members. My name is Chris Voss. I'm president of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara. And I'd like to start by thanking this council and this community for having, for over 100 years, supported the fishing community that sometimes thrives and sometimes struggles to make a living out of this port. We're fortunate to be on the edge of a wildly productive marine environment that has the added benefit of the Channel Islands and a wildly dynamic mixing ocean that's exceptionally productive. My comment is specific to the process that transitioned the general lease that governed the 9 slips that were previously known as the coup de doc to uniquely managed commercial slips, to add to the 45 designated commercial slips and creating 9 additional. The Harbor Administration did a very good job of consulting with the fishing community to hammer out the details associated with this transition. And I believe it's been a good process that yielded what I believe is a good outcome. So I just want to thank the Harbor District members for the thought and care they put in and the consultation they had with us. And then just briefly, I've got a little bit of time, shout out to Councilmember Jordan and Councilmember Friedman for supporting CFSB's efforts to collaborate with Santa Barbara City College in creating additional, I'm sorry, Megan. Yeah, that's a bad one. Or Kristen, I'm sorry, Kristen. I know that you're working internally with the City College staff to help bring this collaboration together and create a great outcome. And I'm so grateful for the city's support as we pursue what is kind of an ambitious collaboration. It's a little bit out of what would be considered the norm, but I'd just like to assure everybody that we're going to do the best we can from our side, and we're getting really good results from City College side. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, are there any speakers online for those items, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Then I'll entertain a motion. I believe, unless there's any objections, we could take 2 and 3 together in one motion. So moved by Friedman. Second by Snedden. Okay, may we have the vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Snedden, for consent items 2 and 3. Staff recommendations. Please go ahead and vote.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move on to the next item. Madam Clerk, if you could read that into the record.
Our next item is item 7, appeal of Architectural Board of Review's approval of the 418 North Memphis Street and 915 through 923 East Gutierrez Street project.
All right, very good. So this is an appeal project, and it's a quasi-judicial hearing, so we have certain procedures that we're going to follow to do that. I'm going to begin by asking any of my colleagues if there are any extra meetings or any ex parte disclosures to make. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was asked by multiple people but declined, but I also missed just wanted to state I missed the site visit yesterday, but have gone by over the weekend and looked at it myself, and I've been over there already. This project's been working its way through the system for quite a while.
Very good. Any further ex parte disclosures? Okay, with that, we're going to have, so here's how the format's going to go, and I realize that there are a lot of very interested folks here. What I'd like to do is maintain the decorum that we do have. I want to make sure everybody gets heard. I want to make sure that both sides have a fair chance to present their items of evidence into the record. We're going to start out with a staff report, and that will be then followed by the appellant, followed then by the applicant, and each party has 20 minutes of running time. I'm going to keep track. You don't need to use it all. You can save some for rebuttal, and the clerk and I will be tracking that time as you speak. So we will begin with the staff report, if you would please. Ms. Kennedy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, council members. My name is Kathy Kennedy. I'm the project planner for this development project. So the purpose of today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the Architectural Board of Review's project design approval of the 418 North Milpas Street and 915 to 923 East Gutierrez Street mixed-use project. In summary, the project consists of 90 residential units and 850 square feet of commercial space. The ABR granted project design approval back in April 14th, 2025. An appeal was filed by Natasha Todorovic on April 20th, 2025, which contends that the approval was based on faulty findings and that the project is not compatible with the neighborhood. A denial of a proposed housing project requires a finding that the project would have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety. And there's no evidence that this proposed project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety. Therefore, it's the staff recommendation that council deny the appeal and uphold the ABR's project design approval. I'll go over the project description, just summarize it here a little bit. Here's the project location. It consists of 2 lots. The address is here, and it's essentially at the corner of East Gutierrez Street and Milpas Street. The project consists of a lot merger of the 2 lots to create a lot that is almost 1 acre in size. It includes the demolition of all the on-site commercial floor area, as well as the 8 residential units for seniors. And the new project consists of a mixed-use project, 4 stories high, 90 residential units, 9 would be very low income, 6 moderate income, and 1 workforce housing unit. As I said before, 850 square feet of commercial retail space, includes 68 vehicle parking spaces, 65 for the residential component and 3 for the commercial, as well as 1 loading space, and then 128 bicycle stalls are also included. The project is consistent with the AUD program. The maximum average unit size allowed in this area is 811 square feet. Based on the lot size, the units range for this project between 350 and 974. Therefore, the average is 632. The project complies with all interior setbacks. It complies with the front setback along East Gutierrez Street, and it complies with the open yard requirements. The project is consistent with all zoning requirements as shown here. As I said, the front setback along East Gutierrez, it does conform to that. It does not conform to the setback on Milpas. I'll talk about that in a moment. For building height, the height restriction is 45 feet, or it could be 60 feet with the height exception granted by the Planning Commission. In this case, the project is 50 feet, 9 inches, and there's a tower element that's above that. For parking, there are 65 residential parking spaces, like I already mentioned. This is a state density bonus project. So under the priority housing, 60 units would be allowed, but under state density bonus, they are proposing 90 units. State density bonus law allows concessions, incentives, and waivers for projects. In this case, this project qualifies for 3 concessions. They, however, have only asked for 1 concession, and that is the relief from the requirement of that 5-foot variable setback along Milpas. So the setback is a little bit less than 5 feet on Milpas Street. They qualify for development standard waivers, so they've asked for 1 waiver, and that is for to exceed the 45-foot height requirement, and the project is proposed at 50 feet 9 inches. And they also can qualify for a parking reduction. The AUD parking requirement is 1 space per unit, but it can be reduced to half a space per unit under the state density bonus law as a waiver, or excuse me, as a reduction. So they would only need to provide 45, but in this case, they are providing 65. The project does involve removal of the 6 senior rental units on site. These rental units are restricted by age, being 62 years or over, and not restricted by income. Under state density bonus law, if existing units are removed, a housing project must provide the same number of units with the same or lower income category. In this case, these rents, although they're not restricted to lower income, would qualify as lower income. And the project includes 9 units for low income or very low income households. Therefore, this would comply with the requirement. In regard to inclusionary housing, 10% of the base density units would be 6 units, and that would be the requirement for inclusionary housing. But under state density bonus law, the low-income units that are already being provided could be used to satisfy that inclusionary requirement. However, in this case, the project has included the 6 moderate income units in addition to the low-income units, which is not a requirement. Wanted to show you just the first floor. I'm not going to go through all the plans. The applicant team is going to present a lot of slides about the design, so I'm not going to go into that. But here I just want to give an overview. To the left is Milpas Street. Down below here is East Gutierrez Street. Here's the, you can see, the driveway access to the parking. So over here on Milpas is the commercial component and some residential amenities. Along East Gutierrez is a residential lobby, bike stalls, activity area, leasing management area for the rental units. Looking at the project from Milpas Street, this area here, more in the darkened area, is what you'll see from Milpas Street. This is set back. This area here is set back. There are 2 properties that are located in front. For the East Gutierrez Street elevation, to the left here is the access driveway. To the right would be the residential, and I just wanted to point out how this setback is increased as you go up to the 3rd and 4th floor. This project is an SB 330 project. SB 330 is also known as the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. It strengthens protections for housing development projects under the Housing Accountability Act, Planning, Zoning Law, and Permit Streamlining Act. The main purpose of this is to expedite and increase housing production by removing barriers and streamlining the development process. One aspect of this is the 5 hearing limit. After a project is deemed complete, the city cannot conduct more than 5 hearings on a project. So there have been 3 hearings thus far. We had a planning commission concept review in March, and then 2 ABR hearings in April. So this city council hearing would be the 4th hearing. If the appeal is denied and the project moves forward, the 5th and final hearing would be the one before ABR. So they would be required to go back to ABR for their final approval. There are also, in regard to objective standards regarding SB 330, the Housing Crisis Act dictates that the city is prohibited from denying a housing project or reducing its density based on a subjective design standard. The project can only be reviewed against objective, quantifiable, written development standards, conditions, and policies, and can only be denied if certain findings are met. Objective standards involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by both the development applicant and the public official. The proposed project is consistent with the city's objective, quantifiable, written development standards, conditions, and policies, with the exception of those which have been granted relief through the state density bonus law. And there's no evidence that the proposed project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety. This is a builder's remedy project. It should be noted that the project does meet all zoning requirements, like I said before, except those that are allowed through the state density bonus law. The project does not ask for any other relief from any other requirements, although it is a builder's remedy project, and they could ask for things such as being greater than 60 feet. These are the builder's remedy findings. Builder's remedy projects can only be denied or conditioned in a way that makes them infeasible if one of the 5 findings below can be made. And these are listed in your staff report. Number one, the city or county has met or exceeded its regional housing needs allocation. The housing development or emergency shelter would have a specific adverse impact on public health and safety. The denial or condition is required to meet a state or federal law, and there's no feasible method to comply without making it unaffordable. The project is proposed on land zoned for agriculture or resource preservation. The project is inconsistent with both the zoning ordinance and the land use designation as specified in any general plan element. However, a city or county cannot make this finding if it has not adopted a housing element in substantial compliance with state law. So there's no evidence that the proposed project would have a specific adverse impact on public health and safety. Like I said before, none of the building remedy findings can be made in order to deny this project. So we have a number of appeal issues. I've divided them into 3 sections: design review, project processing, and CEQA. So I'll go through each of those. In regard to design review, there were concerns about inadequate project compatibility findings, inappropriate size, mass, bulk, and scale of the project, issues with neighborhood compatibility and such. I've put up here on the screen the project did go through 2 reviews prior to 2022. Since that time, the project has been reduced in size, and the applicant has addressed a number of the ABR comments and revised the project. Some of the revisions include a reduction in the size overall, elimination of the bed and breakfast hotel component, increasing the number of parking, reducing massing, increased setbacks, reducing the height, and then designating a loading stall on site. On April 1st, the ABR reviewed the project. Again, the revised project. There were a number of comments from the public in opposition to the project. The hearing was continued 2 weeks with the ABR providing some comments regarding details and massing. When the project returned to ABR on April 14th, the ABR granted project design approval with a 4-2 vote, and they made the project compatibility findings for the approval. One of the appeal issues was public views not being properly analyzed. There was a discussion in the Planning Commission staff report in regard to this and how it is consistent with general plan policies related to visual resources. Views of the mountains are not blocked. They're only intermittently blocked along Milpas, as are many developments. Even 1-story buildings can block the views of the mountains along Milpas Street. In regard to the issue of lack of story poles, on April 1st, the ABR reviewed the project, and they held a straw vote determining that story poles would not be required, and the need for story poles is at the discretion of the ABR. So that was properly handled. In regard to processing of the project itself, staff did not find any issues in regard to procedural errors. None were identified. Later in the appellant's letter, they did bring up issues of not adequate discussion and not documenting the findings, but staff's opinion that no procedural errors occurred in this processing of this project. In regard to public noticing, the project follows all requirements of public noticing. All the mail notices were sent out as required to all occupants within 300 feet, and property owners and to interested parties. The on-site notices were installed as required. In regard to misapplication of SB 35 and builder's remedy law, the project is not an SB 35 project. As previously explained, it does qualify as a builder's remedy project, and that's explained a little bit more in your staff report. In regard to CEQA, staff analyzed the project, determined the project qualifies for infill exemption 15332. The findings are listed in your staff report. All the those instances that are required under the infill exemption can be met. There's a concern that there's a failure to address public safety issues. No public safety issues were identified in the appeal letter. The right-of-way improvements comply with all requirements. The loading and unloading of trash and recycling pickup would occur on East Gutierrez Street. There's a loading and unloading designated on site for service and delivery vehicles on the site. Staff did evaluate the potential for loading and unloading, traffic and circulation issues in the operation of the trash and recycling pickup along that area, and determined that there were no safety issues. In addition, as always with all these projects, the fire department did review the project, and in this case determined the proposed site plan is in compliance with their access requirements. In regard to a flawed, outdated traffic study issue, staff did complete the traffic analysis appropriately. The project would generate approximately 38 a.m. and 37 p.m. peak hour trips. The conclusion is that they would not use more than 1% of the capacity at any of the impacted intersections in the area, and concluded that there's no project-specific traffic effect. So there are a number of findings that need to be made. Staff recommends that you make the findings to approve the project and make the findings for the environmental review, project compatibility analysis as made by the ABR, and the findings for Senate Bill 330. Staff also recommends that the following findings to deny the project under builder's remedy cannot be made. And I won't go and read through all these, but these are listed in your staff report. And I just go through. Here are the CEQA findings. We have findings from the ABR. We have the SB 330 findings here, and builder's remedy findings, which we feel cannot be made in this instance. Therefore, our recommendation is to consider and deny the appeal and direct staff to return to council with the decision and findings resolution reflecting the outcome of your appeal decision. You do, yes. So I wanted to let you know who is here. We have staff to help if you have questions, and we also have, yes. So we have two members of the ABR. Member Sofrin and Anderson are here to speak on behalf of the ABR. If you have questions for them. And that
Thank you, Ms.
includes.
So do we have anyone that from ABR that wishes to address the issue?
Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Mayor. I'm Will Sofrin from the ABR, and we feel that this project meets all the requirements to be able to be approved.
All right. Thank you very much. The other member of ABR?
Good afternoon, Lauren Anderson, Chair of ABR. Thank you for having us. I just wanted to add on to what Mr. Sofrin mentioned, but that the applicant really responded well to a lot of our comments. The structure itself steps back from the neighbors, the residential neighbors on two sides, and there are other examples coming down the pipe that have been approved or are in the process of being approved at 4 stories. And we feel like they really did listen to our comments and came back with the appropriate detailing that is compatible with the architectural character of the city and neighborhood. So, thank you.
All right, very good. So before we move on to the appellant and the applicant, I want to kind of go back over the ground rules about combining slips and whatnot. Number one, we have a lot of speaker slips here, so we're going to go to 2 minutes per. That's going to be the limit when we go to public comment. Number two is, when you combine slips, you have to be here, both the person who's donated their time and the speaker, of course. We don't do that online. If you need to speak online, you'll have to raise your hand for the clerk when that time comes up. With that, we will go to the appellant, and you have 20 minutes, and you do not need to use it all in one tranche. You can save some time for rebuttal, whatever you like. We'll track the time up here. And are your exhibits ready, Ms. Todorovic? Do you have exhibits that are ready? Are you?
I do, if I can have a moment to just get.
You have 1 moment.
I would appreciate it.
And by the way, so we are going to not take further speaker slips as of 10 of 3. Okay, so if you haven't raised your hand online or you haven't filled out a speaker slip, believe me, we got plenty of folks to hear from. So, and we want to hear from everybody, but we have to limit the time or we're going to be here all night before we render a decision. Let us know when you're ready to go and we'll start the clock.
I've got it up, but it's not showing.
And there's a lot of duplicates, by the way, so you only get one donation and one time to speak. There's no double dips on the speaking, so.
There should be no
Yeah,
duplicates.
I saw you out there, that's right.
That is my computer, but you are not, for some reason, seeing the PowerPoint. Because the PowerPoint is up for me. There we go. Perfect.
Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Okay, let her rip.
So the Planning Commission said, our hands are tied. And at the ABR, they said, our hands are tied. And they said, go to the state. And we went to the state, and you know what they said? Our hands are tied. The applicant comes armed with sharp legal counsel, opportunistically amplifying that echo chamber, wanting you to believe that your hands are tied. And here we are, a group of working-class neighbors, standing up to an outsized, oversized project that's being strong-armed through like a cliche of development politics. And everyone says, you're going to lose. This appeal, no chance. And maybe you're wondering, how could we possibly change that? We are not anti-housing. We know that there's a desperate need for housing in Santa Barbara. But this is the wrong project, in the wrong place, being pushed through in the wrong way. Today, we're going to show you how this project fails to meet objective standards under both state and local law, how it creates specific adverse impacts to health, to safety, and to neighborhood character. And today, we cut the ties that bind you. We're going to reveal why this appeal absolutely has merit, legally, environmentally, procedurally, so you can uphold it and so you can protect what makes Santa Barbara so special. Retired architect Gil Berry brings 50 years of experience designing buildings in this city and preparing financial pro formas for development projects. He will begin, and there's a handout for you.
If a state housing law says our zoning ordinance does not apply to a project, it does not mean our totally separate city charter law regarding building height and the required ABR finding of neighborhood compatibility does not apply to the project. They still do. Santa Barbara is not like this by accident. It's like this because of city councils who refuse to approve monstrosity projects that are not compatible with its neighborhood. Our state constitution allows charter cities the police power to decide their own municipal affairs of zoning, and even includes a provision that says if there's a conflict between a state law, called a general law, and a city charter municipal affair law, that the charter city law takes precedence. Other cities have won court cases which find that the state housing laws that conflict with the city charter law requirements are unconstitutional. Slide 1 is directly out of our state constitution. Article 11, Section 5. A, it shall be competent in any city charter to provide that the city governed thereunder may make and enforce all ordinances and regulations in respect to municipal affairs, subject only to the restrictions and limitations provided in their charters. and in respect to other matters, they'll be subject to the general laws. B, city charters adopted pursuant to this Constitution shall supersede any existing charter, and with respect to municipal affairs, shall supersede all laws inconsistent therein. This means if there's a conflict between a state housing law and our charter, that our charter takes precedence. Slide 2 is directly out of our city charter. Section 814, Architecture Board Review, shall have the power and duty to B, consider and be guided by an approving, conditionally approving, or disapproving any such application or permit. The protection and preservation as nearly as is practical of the natural charm and beauty of the area in which the city is located, and the historical style, qualities, and characteristics of the buildings, structures, and architectural features associated with and established by its long, illustrious, and distinguished past. Slide 3 is directly out of our municipal code, Title 22.68.045, Project Compatibility Analysis. B, Project Compatibility Findings, required finding 2, the design of the project is compatible with the particular neighborhood surrounding the project. Required finding 3, the size, mass, bulk, height, and scale of a project are appropriate for its neighborhood. This slide 4 is directly out of our city charter, section 1506. I've heard Sheila Lodge say this many times. It is hereby declared the policy of the city that high buildings are inimical to the basic residential and historical character of the city. Building heights are limited to 60 feet in zone commercial. Our housing element was legally substantially complete and submitted to the state July 2023, 6 months before the deadline. It's not our fault the state dragged its feet on approving it until February 2024, just 1 month after the deadline. This is important. Other charter cities have won SB 330 lawsuits where the judge ruled that their housing element was legally substantially complete at the time of the deadline, like ours was. Therefore, SB 330 does not apply to this project. Okay, slide 5 shows you an objective way of using FAR to determine neighborhood compatibility. The FAR of this behemoth project is its 108,698 square feet divided by its land area, 41,382 square feet, for a whopping FAR of 2.62. The FAR of our downtown buildings are about 1.5. The FAR of this neighborhood is 0.25. The FAR of this project, an objective tool, is 10 times the average FAR of the neighborhood it's in. Therefore, objectively, it's clearly not compatible or appropriate with its neighborhood in height, size, bulk, or scale, or even close. This slide 6 shows you an objective way of using density to determine neighborhood compatibility. Santa Barbara has set the maximum density that's appropriate for a neighborhood in its AUD ordinance as an objective standard. The maximum objective density allowed by our charter city municipal code is 63 units per acre. The density of this project is 90 units divided by 0.94 acres for a whopping density of 94 units per acre. This monstrosity has 10 times the density of its neighborhood and 150% higher than the maximum objective density of our AUD ordinance allows for this neighborhood. Therefore, this project objectively is clearly not compatible or appropriate with its neighborhood in height, size, bulk, or scale, or even close. Now, my last slide, number 7, shows a financially feasible project that's proposed 1 block away from this project that does comply with our AUD objective density ordinance law. Its FAR is 1.65, not 2.62. It's the appropriate density of 60 per acre, not 95 per acre. It's an appropriate height for this neighborhood at 45 feet, not 60 feet. This is what we should be getting here. 50 units in 3 stories, a significant amount of housing at a significant density, something appropriate for this neighborhood, yet will still pencil out as financially feasible and be very, very profitable for this developer with a 20% profit. I have 50 years' experience to assure you that making this project significantly smaller will absolutely not make it financially unfeasible. So if you want to deny the if you don't want to deny the project, tell the developer his project is not denied, but it can be approved and be financially feasible if he revises it to 3 stories. That's not denying a project, but reasonably conditioning it so it conforms to both our objective charter laws and long-standing standards we set for our beloved community. Thank you.
Bye-bye to our public views. At PC, the applicant assured them that the Riviera will get their private views, but the message for the east side at ABR was, tourists get our views, you guys don't. So at the November 14th, 2019 meeting at City Council, a majority of council voted in this meeting to remove the priority overlay from Milpas. You might recognize this project. You saw it a little bit earlier. Let's look at the priority overlay. We see it downtown. We see it on Upper State Street. We don't see it anywhere else in town, just on Milpas. And we're looking at the cottages. They're the Little 8 cottages. They're right over here, right? So these cottages, they were built with the density bonus law in 1996. 6 base, 2 bonus. Now, I think they're double dipping. They got incentives to provide affordable housing. They got the very low income affordable housing in there. And these are also 60-year deed restricted to 2056. Now, that's probably why the city excluded them from the priority overlay. And the map draws a very hard black line. Everything in the black line, priority overlay. Everything outside, not. The density for this project, because of that, absolutely has to be reduced by 50%, if not more. Confused? I was. Took a little while to look at it, figure it out, but take a look at the purple lines. Again, this is, as you'll notice, the L-shaped lot. That's where the cottages were that you saw yesterday, those of you who were there. And everything in this area, high density overlay, everything outside, not. Very clearly outside. This map, and this was really interesting. This map, I looked it up, went to the FEMA site, typed in the address, and this is where the project lies. And all of this is a FEMA flood hazard. FEMA flood hazard. Now, they don't get a free pass. CEQA says that exemptions don't apply if there are exceptions, like a FEMA flood hazard area. So the city can't just check a box and call it exempt and then ignore it completely. It requires, the law requires an analysis, not just willfully, blindly dismissing it. And this is a city's own flood map. See, city, chance of flood hazard. I really didn't understand. I was baffled why the city kept telling me, shaded X, that's not a flood area. Don't worry, Natasha, that's not a flood area. It is for FEMA, and if it is for FEMA, it should be for us as well. And this is the city's liquefaction map. Now, when I really started to understand what liquefaction meant, and all of that is, you know, where like the pink stuff is, and that's where the project is. liquefaction in a major earthquake, what happens is the ground turns to quicksand right under the buildings. And they crumble, they sink, they fall into the earth. The East Side's low bungalows tell the story. They are one story. They survived the 1925 earthquake. Now, I don't know that 1925 bungalows will be able to withstand the caisson drilling that's going to have to happen should this project be approved. That means all of our homes are going to be cracked and distorted in many ways. So this proposal puts a 4-story monstrosity where the ground cannot hold it. Big one is coming. We've been talking about the earthquake all summer. So I live opposite the project, and this is my street. And when the Montecito mudslides happened, emergency vehicles all day going by on Gutierrez. Fire all day, emergency vehicles going by. This is an escape route for the Riviera. And if you're concerned about traffic, red up there, that means danger. That's bad. So on Milpas, Haley from the 101, that is #1 high impact for injuries in the city. So health and safety, I don't know what is health and safety if that isn't. And then the corner, Gutierrez and Milpas, you see the number 5 here. This is what that corner looks like. That intersection is the number 5 highest injury intersection without this project and without the cumulative impacts of all the other projects that are going into this area. So yet, the applicant, they want you to believe there won't be any traffic, no traffic here, and it's nowhere near the intersection, except it'll be like right there, and no danger. So no health, no safety issues, nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. And remember, compatibility. So if there were story polls, and we won story polls at council a number of years ago, the applicant says story polls would be confusing. Well, not too hard to put 2 on Milpas. That's what it would look like. And not so hard to put 2 on Gutierrez, right? That's what it would look like. And not too hard to put 2 in either corner to just show everybody what it will actually look like. So you're going to see an amazing animation. It's coming up. They'll show you. I'm pretty sure they'll do it. And it's kind of a siren song, right? Because it's a stylized animation and you suspend disbelief. And I don't know if you've ever watched a video game and got sucked into it, but remember, this is the reality of the project. Don't believe the sanitized version they're about to show you.
Would you like to reserve the rest of your time, or? Yes, please. Okay, very good. You're down 2 minutes and 42 seconds. And with that, we'll come back to the applicant. Would you reset the clock, please, Madam Clerk? So in case you guys are wondering, once we get done with this presentation, we'll ask if the reserved time wants to be addressed by either party, and then we'll go back to staff rebuttal, and then to council questions, and then to public comment. So that's how that's going to go. Just let us know when you're ready to start, please.
I'm ready. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Ginger Anderson. I'm with Brownstein. I'm here today with the applicant, developer Bob Ludwig, and the attorney for the project, Beth Collins. The project architect, Jan Hockhauser, is participating remotely. His staff is here if we have specific questions. Kathleen and staff have done a good job providing information about the project and the appeal, as well as we provided a rather lengthy letter that I hope you were able to read. With the presentation, I aimed to hit the highlights: state housing law, AUD ordinance, this project, and the appeal issues. At the end, Beth will come up and talk more about housing laws. I'm going to start at the end and circle back. State law, including the Housing Accountability Act, applies to charter cities, and the builder's remedy is real. The general plan has a number of elements, including the housing element, which puts forth all the ways the city will promote and support increasing housing supply in the city. And the city has a lot of work to do. In the 5th cycle, the city fell short over 2,000 units. In the 6th cycle, the city could very well fall short again. As of the city's May annual report, the city still needs 7,409 units. This slide shows all the types of housing on what we call the housing continuum, and the council is probably familiar with these considering the latest budget discussions and decisions that were made. This project provides 15 deed-restricted affordable units and 1 additional affordable unit with no investment from the city. The city's AUD program dates back to 2011 and is a big part of how the city plans to achieve their housing goals. The program was made permanent by the council very recently with the purpose of achieving more density in the city, not less. The city is not making more land. The city put together an AUD progress report and found that most AUD projects are under 10 units and only a third have been able to achieve the maximum density. Why am I showing you this? Because even with the AUD program, we're having a hard time meeting our goals. The city cannot satisfy its housing needs if it chips away at these projects and approves them at lower densities. My kids are going to kindergarten and 3rd grade next week. Every year, my kids lose their friends whose families can no longer afford to live in the city. Vincent and Madison moved to North County. Sophia's not coming back this year, and Emily, one of my daughter's favorite 2nd graders, is also not coming back this year. 2 colleagues of mine also have recently tried to find housing and are having a hard time. My hairdresser, Larry, also, every time he tries to find a new place to live with his girlfriend, it gets harder to manage and harder to afford. Where do these houses belong? A good question answered by more than 10 years ago. The city's housing priority overlay is shown here in beige. It's all around downtown, the corridor, and Milpas. This was not a rushed idea or a rushed process or the wrong spot. It's exactly where it is supposed to be, as decided by the council's decisions for over a decade. You'll see that the housing priority overlay matches the high-quality transit areas. This is for a reason. This is based on sustainability goals of the city and air quality goals of the city, not to mention quality of life, so that people do not have to commute an hour each way to work. So these decisions were not made without environmental consideration. The 2011 General Plan EIR analyzed the cumulative effect of up to 4,300 units. The city still hasn't achieved that number. Let's talk about this project. The 8 existing units are affordable as a function of goodwill by the applicant and the owner. The 8 vouchers are not mandatory. They are, however, senior restricted. There's a series of correspondence from the city's attorney in '96 that shows that. At the end of the day, whether the affordability was deed restricted or not, the tenants are protected because they are occupied by lower income residents. They have to be replaced, and they will be by this project. The recorded covenant itself identifies that the restriction is in effect until removal of the units, and state density bonus law applies per project. This is a new project. The proposed project will provide a net benefit of 15 deed-restricted affordable units, a workforce housing unit, and an overall gain of 82 units that do not exist in the city. The units vary in size, including 2-bedroom units. The project provides 20 more spaces than it needs. When we had our traffic consultant update their report, we had them do a parking demand study. So we're not just saying this is the state law. They conclude, using worst-case rates, that we meet our parking supply. So stay with me for a second. With state density bonus law that's been here since the 70s, the project-based density of 60 units raises to 90 units based on a 50% density bonus for providing the 9 very low units. When you add the 6 moderate units, an additional 32.5% density can be granted, meaning the project could be 110 units. Or the project could be 90 units and the 6 moderate and the workforce units go away. The project could also provide 20 fewer spaces. And if it did any of those things, it would still be a good project for the city. The point is to say there were numerous considerations already made with this project. The way it is presently proposed, the easterly setback is larger than required. The upper stories step back. The project complies with the solar ordinance. These have already been incorporated into the project. This shows us the various levels of income that will be served by this project. These are city employees. These are my kids' friends' families. This is for whom we build new housing. The location is a great location for this. It is a 20-minute walk. This map shows where you can get in 20 minutes walking. This shows where you can get in 20 minutes biking. The project is within a half mile of a major transit stop, and the state did just make the definition 20-minute interval instead of 15, but this project meets the 15-minute interval. The design guidelines. The project is subject to objective standards. Most of what's shown in the next few slides are subjective standards. The project is designed in accordance with the design styles dictated by 3 different sets of policy documents at the density allowed in this location. We see in this recessed windows, entries with moldings and trim, decorative elements, arched elements, rectangular elements, a painted splash band, tile roofs, variations in roof heights. These are the urban design guidelines. We see the same, varied roof lines, use of balconies, tiled roofs, arched elements, taller elements stepping back. We have all of those things in this project. You see the splash band, the tower element, the recessed doors and windows, etc. This is the same image looking the other way on East Gutierrez. This is the Milpas frontage, steps back on the 3rd floor. This is the Milpas frontage and the street level. The west side, again, this area in front is the Rusty's and the Starbucks, which probably will be redeveloped as well, maybe in our lifetimes. The east elevation here showing the step back, step back of the upper floors. The north elevation, which shows the treatment to primarily commercial adjacent property. And here I wanted to say the setback on the eastern side. On the ground floor, the project is in this image, 14 feet from the property line. On where the man is standing, that top of the roof next to his head is 22 feet from the property line. And the third line on the story above that, where the project achieves the 50 feet, is 36 feet from the property line. This shows the responsiveness to Planning Commission and ABR comments. It's meant to show the design over time. This is this design in the streetscape. So the views of the building are intermittent, and in some cases nearly invisible. In the last few of these renderings, you'll see that I've added a yellow arrow to indicate what we're actually looking at. So these were given to ABR and PC as well. The appeal grounds are not valid grounds for denial of the project, as Kathy said. It is the legislative intent here to provide density and expedite the approval of housing projects. There are different types of flood hazards. The gray band is the special flood hazard areas. The area in brown means that in a 500-year flood, there may be less than a foot of flooding. There are no base flood elevations or special considerations to be made here, but flooding issues are of concern. The city has adopted standards for these, and the city plan checks to verify compliance. Same with stormwater. The stormwater from this project will be less than it was pre-project and in better quality. The liquefaction potential is studied in a soils report, and foundation recommendations are made and plan checked. Same with traffic. A technical study is provided. The city did its own traffic reports. There is no traffic impact here. The parking matches what it needs to have. As discussed in our letter, the project is consistent with the general plan, the housing element, zoning, and state law, all of which are applied together. The city found the project consistent, and the project complies. And here is Beth.
Mayor, council member Beth Collins from Brownstein, representing the applicant. Thank you. Thanks again to staff for all your hard work on this. It's often a thankless job. So existing residents, there are existing 8 tenants on site. We are going to comply with all of the city and the state requirements related to those tenants. For example, the existing occupants are, if they're in low-income households, which we can presume that probably those 8 seniors are in low-income households. If they do qualify, then they will get relocation benefits. They also get a right of first refusal for a comparable unit in the new development. And so there are a variety of protections. There will be protections of the tenants. That's very important to my client and the city. That's why you have your own requirements. Here, the project is CEQA exempt. So there was some confusion in the appeal, kind of suggestion that CEQA hadn't been done on the project. CEQA has been done. There are different levels of CEQA review. There's an EIR, which is the highest level of review. There's mitigated negative declaration. And then there are different types of exemptions. And Jerry Brown, actually, back when he was governor of Oakland, actually put through the infill exemption. It is tried and true. It is actually mentioned in your housing element, as the city regularly does rely on the CEQA infill exemption, as well as other exemptions like 15183. Recent and not so recent projects that the city has relied on, Moxie, Museum of Natural History, Garden Street. Most of your projects are CEQA exempt when it's proper to do so. And for the infill exemption, there are some very specific requirements that you have to be. You have to be on less than 5 acres, general plan and zoning consistent, no habitat, can't have any traffic, air quality, noise, water quality impacts, et cetera. There also can't be any exceptions to the exemption. So staff covered all that, but I just wanted to reiterate that this is CEQA review. There was CEQA analysis. There was technical support of that analysis. Next slide. So CEQA, the Housing Accountability Act. I heard mention that SB 330 doesn't apply to this project. It absolutely applies to this project. Housing Accountability applies to the Act, applies to this project. And there's really strong intent from the legislature, as you know, to push forward housing. And in fact, there's case law that talks about you need to, well, first, the legislature just in January clarified that if a project is CEQA exempt, the city must find the exemption. You must rely on the exemption if it qualifies. If you don't, it's actually a disapproval of a housing project, and the applicant can actually sue and get their attorney's fees, and there can be penalties. And I know you're applying for a pro-housing designation. These would be bad facts for the city. I'm trying to be gentle here, but I'm just trying to talk about the actual landscape, what you're facing. There's also very strong language that the legislature has enacted in CEQA that says public controversy is not a reason to require more CEQA review. It's frankly something that has been done in the past. Oh, there's lots of concern. Okay, more CEQA review. The legislature has responded on that. That's Public Resources Code 21082.2b. So there are a lot of laws. It is a very frustrating time I'm sure to be in your seat and even to be in the audience, there's a lot of misinformation, and that makes it difficult. But nonetheless, we do have a housing crisis. This here talks about recent case law where courts have said you need to reconcile and push forward, in essence, favor housing. If it is all gray, you favor housing. And then this is the language about specific adverse impact. Staff did a great job. In essence, there are two sets of findings you would have to make to deny this project. There are the D findings in the Housing Accountability Act on the bottom and the J findings. You'd have to make both of them, and frankly, there's not evidence to support any of them. And a specific adverse impact, it can't be just a vague impact. It has to be an objective, identified, written public health or safety standard. And that just, it's not here. So with that, we are in a housing crisis. This is a housing project. It is a builder's remedy project. You have some builder's remedy projects that have gone well beyond your standards. We are complying with all your standards. We comply with the AUD overlay. What's kind of funky here is the AUD overlay goes along Milpas, and so comparing it to the parts of the property where the AUD overlay doesn't apply isn't really a fair test, right? Because the overlay was brought along the corridor, and then the single-family homes are not part of the overlay, right? So you all targeted 10 years ago to put this density in this corridor. My client, despite builder's remedy, has tried to do it in a very respectful way. It doesn't mean there aren't upset people, because this is a moment of change with state bonus density and all the other housing laws, but really my client has made efforts to make this a respectful project and will do everything it can for the existing tenants. And with that, I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, very good. You guys have 3 minutes and 12 seconds left. For the appellant, you can rebut now, or you can wait till the staff is going to address what's been said, if you want to reserve your time for after that. Same with the applicant as well. If you can, obviously you just got done, so why don't we go ahead and let staff speak to the exhibits that have gone forth, and then we'll come back for your reserved time, and then we'll move to public comment, or move to questions and public comment. Ms. Kennedy, anything?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. As
You have up to 10 minutes to do, if you want to comment on any of the things that were presented, or you can just.
I believe I'll just wait for questions from you.
Very
Thank
good,
you.
okay.
Mayor Rouse, I would like to comment on the statement that the California Constitution allows the city to enact zoning rules and regulations, particularly charter cities, and that is the case. However, in certain circumstances, the state legislature can make findings that there is a statewide concern that overrides charter cities' ability to regulate zoning. That's what the state has done with the Housing Accountability Act, state density bonus. So that's why we're not allowed to just follow our own zoning ordinances, and we have to follow Housing Accountability Act and state density bonus, and unfortunately, builder's remedy. So the state's tied our hands, unfortunately.
All right, thank you very much. And if there's nothing further, we'll go back to the, we're going to have questions after we're going to see if the rebuttal wants to be used now. And then we'll come back to you, Mr. Jordan. Does the appellant want to go ahead and use their remaining 242? You can also wait till after public comment if you like. It's going to be a while. Trust me. And the applicant as well? You guys good with your 312 whenever that comes up? Okay, with that, I'm going to move it back to council for questions. And after that, we'll go to public comment. We'll start out with Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to our legal team in here, to rephrase in a simpler manner. So our stance right now is that the way we're processing this is in compliance with state law related to housing legislation, and the only pathway out of that would be the pathway for public safety and something else, that phrase right there. Is that correct?
Councilmember Jordan, through the mayor, yes, that is correct.
And what happens if we don't follow state law? Could you just talk about that a little bit, what the consequences could be?
Yes. Councilmember Jordan, if we don't file state law, the applicant, and the project is denied, the applicant could file a writ petition with the Superior Court. If the judge found that we didn't have, there wasn't adverse health and safety impacts that could not be mitigated, and they would require us to basically come back and they could approve the project. If we did not approve the project within the requisite time period, then it's $10,000 for every unit that's not approved. So obviously there's 90 units. You can do the math. And if the judge finds that we acted in bad faith, we would also be liable for attorney's fees.
Okay. And have you heard of any other munis that have successfully challenged this? The only one I'm associated with is not a good one, is like I think Huntington Beach. They tried, they got slapped really hard, ended up with less than they had going into it, and still had to build the project. So, but I think you probably have a better perspective of that.
I know there have been ones that have been challenged. I'm not sure about the Court of Appeals. I am aware of in our own Superior Court, there was a builder's remedy project where Goleta didn't follow state law and didn't approve the project, and they were found, the judge basically said you have to comply, and I think they settled out of court.
And then can you or one of your team members with community development offer a working definition of the phrase impact upon the public health and safety? What does that look like?
It has to be an objective and identifiable health and safety risk. That can't be mitigated. So it's not just the fact that it's the projects within an area that may have traffic collisions, because we have traffic studies that show that it's not. To date, I haven't found anything that would be an identifiable adverse health and safety.
And would it be a reasonable statement to say that many of the examples that you're hearing about an impact upon the public health and safety are also examples that exist in other equivalent developments that we're approving? You know, they're large. They, particularly in terms of bonus density or builder's remedy, they use water. They have ingress and egress problems. They have environmental concerns. Those are all components of things we do approve every day, correct? And to approve those types of examples as an impact to public health and safety, but then say that they are actually a public health and safety impact on this one would not be a good strategy, would it?
Sure. To answer your strategy question, probably not. Also, Councilmember Jordan, this project does meet our zoning requirements with the exception of I think there's a 5-foot setback waiver. So our zoning standards are designed to make sure that projects are safe. So since this one meets it, it's hard to say that there'd be adverse public health and safety impacts.
And then you've said this already, but I just want to say it out loud. Other than the concessions or waivers, this project pretty much stands in line with our general plan and normally accepted developments, doesn't it?
Councilmember Jordan, through the mayor, yes, it does, and it utilizes state density bonus to get a little bit larger.
Okay. And I don't like the word concessions and waivers. We could actually use rights when we say those, right? The project has certain rights that they get to invoke that counteract the local controls because of the pathway they've chosen through state legislated housing development, right?
That's correct, Councilmember Jordan. Did you want I think, Councilmember Jordan, I think Ms. Peugeot would like to expand.
All right, it means I've already strayed, right? Good.
Councilmember Jordan, through the mayor, my name is Julia Peugeot, environmental analyst, and to expand on what Ms. Ostringer said, some of the issues that we have heard are routine issues that we do look at during application review, things like liquefaction hazards. So the applicant prepared a preliminary geotechnical report. That's something that's pretty typical in our review. In addition, a standard requirement for many developments is to prepare a geologic investigation, and projects do need to comply with the building codes, and that's done through the building permit process. Same thing with flood zone X. The flood zone X is the lowest category of the FEMA flood zone districts, and it's not considered one of the special flood hazard areas. And the city does have a floodplain management ordinance that requires projects that are in a special flood hazard area to apply additional development standards. This project, however, being in a flood zone X, it doesn't need to do any of that because it's not one of those special flood hazard areas.
We sat right here, things on that before, like gates that come up to block parking, subterranean parking spaces, structures and stuff, and that doesn't exist in this particular location, right? I think the hotel down on Garden Street might have been an example of that.
That's
right?
a different,
Okay.
that's a different scenario.
And then, Teva, what happens in the 5 hearing rule? So if you denied or if you accepted the appeal today and sent it back to the ABR, and the meeting with the ABR and the project was still at loggerheads, but that's the fifth meeting, what happens then?
Councilmember Jordan, through the mayor, there's no settled case law on it, but there's a general understanding that the project would be automatically deemed approved.
As last reviewed,
Correct.
correct? Okay. And does, well, these are like all for you today, so does ABR have a requirement to adopt Planning Commission comments and recommendations from a concept review?
No, concept review is not binding, it's just advisory.
I think that's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, and I apologize if any of these are redundant. I was trying to keep track of which ones Mr. Jordan asked. So I'll just start with it's a procedural question. If someone were to abstain today and it ties 3-3, what would the result of today's hearing be? Would it be, my understanding is it would revert back to the previous board's approval, ABR.
Ms. Connect, do you have an answer to that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Freeman, so if it was tied, that would be a no decision, so it would be I don't think we could act on it, it would go back to the ABR.
Thanks, I just wanted a
Yeah.
clarification. Okay, so in terms, one of the issues that was raised was the housing element, and that for the builder's remedy aspect of it, and this has come up in obviously other issues, but in terms of the process for the housing element, even though, would you say that we submitted our initial draft in time to get responses from HCD, or was it that the city basically got it done too late? And the reason I ask this is it's a bigger issue, but did we give enough time for HCD to review it?
Councilmember Freeman, my understanding is that we submitted our draft housing element in timely. The problem was there was a lot of comments that we needed to respond to. HCD took a long time to evaluate those comments, so the whole process slowed down, and we were by far not the only jurisdiction. However, this argument that just submitting it in time precludes a builder's remedy project without the certification has been determined by HCD to not be the case.
Okay, so even if we could say it wasn't our fault, other communities are making that, it's not a defense, and even if it was 100% hypothetically HCD's fault, we still have the consequences of whatever happened in their process.
That's the current state of the situation, in our opinion.
Thank you.
Councilmember Friedman, I might add, it's pretty well settled that as of now, it's when the HCD certifies our housing element. And anything that happens before they certify it, not even whether we've approved it, it's, and this project was submitted in advance of the certification and even the council's adoption of the housing element.
Okay, so it would, the fact that we didn't have one, no matter what the circumstances, the builder's remedy does apply.
That's correct.
And going back to the senior units, could you just explain that? Because it was tough for me to understand how a previous project had a condition on it and it was allowed to get built, and then that just goes away. I had, up until this point, thought that conditions on properties ran for the length of the term, which in this case was 60 years. So could you just clarify that again? I know it was in the staff report, but it's an important point.
Yes, Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor. The project has a deed restriction for senior housing. And again, as Ms. Kennedy said, it's not income restricted. It was for 60 years, but the provision in the covenant was done because the project wasn't compliant for parking. And so the covenant says that basically if the project goes away, then the 60-year covenant goes away as well. So, and then they're taking those, as Ms. Collins said, they are required to allow the existing tenants right of first refusal in the income units. The low-income state density bonus units will satisfy the replacement of the 8 senior units.
Okay, so those original senior covenants ran with the buildings that are there now, and if those buildings are torn down, which would be the case, those go away.
That's correct. It would run with the land, but it was only to the point of existence of the buildings.
The buildings, correct, okay. We've covered a lot with public health and safety, but one question I had is, that street is a major street in terms of evacuation and emergency routes. How is that, if you could give a little more detail on how that is evaluated in the emergency public health and safety findings?
Ms. Grant?
For the record, Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner. Councilmember Freeman, through the mayor. We do evaluate, it's both transportation and fire department, as Ms. Kennedy mentioned in the presentation, as far as for fire access to the development. It meets all of the standards. As far as the evacuation route, the main route, say you're evacuating the Riviera area, it's actually Montecito Street, so one street south of Gutierrez. And then, of course, Milpas is an evacuation route. Salinas is the evacuation route. So the proposed project does not impact any of the evacuation route.
So it does, so it would be used, but in terms of the modeling, it's not something that would be to rise to the level where the public health and safety benefits would meet the criteria to deny the project.
No, and just to clarify for the record, when we're doing the traffic analysis, it's per the City Council adopted traffic analysis standards. And we're looking at AM and peak hours for that analysis, which is a policy review, not part of CEQA anymore. But overall, from an evacuation standpoint or treatments, all of that type of thing, it was not an issue, again, with the development project.
To rise to the level where it could deny the project. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Kind of a couple more. There was a question that's raised about the This is not regarding evacuation, so I'm not sure if it's Ms. Kennedy or Mrs. Ostringer, but the issue of the views, and it wasn't an issue because I think the term was intermittent, along Milpas Corridor, it's intermittently. So this wasn't an issue with the views here because it's intermittent along Milpas. But my question is, with more and more projects throughout the city, but including Milpas in particular, that are going to be large, at what point do we get past the point where it's no longer intermittent and entire Milpas is gone? And if we're making findings on this today that it's intermittent, what about the intermittent? What about the next project and the next and the next? How do we look at the long-term, what we know is coming on Milpas? How do we address that? And can we address that in this project?
Councilmember Friedman, I would answer that as describing it as intermittent is saying what's happening out there right now. You can see the mountains on and off. This project would add to that, but that doesn't address the public views and from public viewing points, important places. We're not saying that we're protecting public views as we walk along Milpas Street, everywhere all along the street there. So this project does not impact important public viewing areas. There's also, potential to see the mountains, with each street that's facing out towards the mountains. So it's just a way to kind of explain what's happening out there, but it could be because the zoning ordinance allows in the priority housing area a number of taller buildings, so that could potentially become an area where there are more blockages of views. But ABR would review that, project by project. So that would not be, though, really a reason to deny the project.
So for today's project before us, intermittent or not, it's not something we can really consider. But would this be something, knowing that there's future projects coming, that we could take a look at through modifying our own ordinances and for future projects that come through?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, yes, with the caveat that under the Housing Crisis Act, we can't reduce density without replacing it somewhere else. So we've got this zoned as AUD with the max of 63 acre dwelling units per acre. So if you wanted to reduce that, which would probably reduce density, we'd have to find a place to put it somewhere else.
Okay. I'll talk with you more later, just to get it clear. Today's not the time, but since it came up and I'm concerned like everybody else about what the future is, I wanted to kind of go down that path. But again, it doesn't help us today, but it's something I'm interested in learning more about with staff. Just a couple more. So I wanted to go back to Councilmember Jordan's questions. It was about the penalties. If we were to deny the project, so there's the $10,000 $10,000 or more per unit if we improperly deny a project. But isn't there also a greater risk if we made a decision in bad faith, where it's up to $50,000 per unit? And if you could describe what that might be.
Yes, Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor, there is, I'm not exactly sure I think it is 50,000, I think you're right. It could be up to 50,000 per unit if we were acting in bad faith. Usually it's if, I would imagine if judge assessed the 10,000 per unit, which is the minimum, and then we continued to not do what we were told through a court order, then yes, they would probably assess a greater number.
Okay, so there is a range that could go anywhere, 10,000, or it could be potentially up to 50,000, depending on if we denied the projects and the findings if we denied the project and the finding we made, there could be a whole range of assuming that would be challenged and if there was penalties. So just want to put it out that it's basically 10,000 kind of minimum, and it only goes up from there, and that's a lot of units for that.
It is.
And are the issues that are here, that we're dealing with here, are they similar to, I know this is La Cumbre Plaza in terms of some of the SB 330, so I want to say it's not just on Milpas Street that it's happening, but this is something we're trying to get our hands around in the entire city?
Councilmember Friedman, that's correct. And the state legislature, as you know, keeps changing the laws, so it's hard to keep up. But that's why these SB 330 applications are being used, is to lock in the laws at the time.
And then my last question, there was a slide by the project applicant that went into different alternatives on the projects, and some of it was that it could be the middle income units were gone, they could have reduced parking. Other factors in here were, so they would reduce number of affordables, reduce the number of parking spaces, maybe even increase the height or other things. Is that accurate that they have voluntarily given some benefits in terms of affordables to the city, but if they went through with a different project, they could have actually had fewer affordables, fewer parking spaces, just using the same laws that they're using now?
Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor, I'm not quite sure that's accurate. They are voluntarily providing more affordable units than they are required to do. So the project could still be 90 units. It could be a smaller, not using state density bonus, but then you wouldn't be getting the benefit of the affordability.
So they could have the 90 units, but fewer affordables. That's within their purview.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was my question, was if it, same number of units, but they could potentially be more market rate than they're providing.
That's correct.
Okay. And they could potentially have fewer parking spaces than they're providing.
That's also correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you. I just have a few questions. I'll start with I'm really confused about why we keep talking about it as both a builder's remedy and a state bonus density. And I'm just looking at the recommendations from when it went to Planning Commission, and it was very clearly says it's a state bonus density AUD project and to be considered that way. And so I'm very confused why we have so many slides about builder's remedy, why we're discussing builder's remedy, and I think I understand they could invoke builder's remedy, but why are we throwing it to them?
They have invoked builder's remedy. You can use state density bonus and on a builder's remedy project. They have invoked it and let us know when they filed their preliminary application that it would be
They have or have not?
They have, but they're not.
The staff report says have not.
They have invoked it when they filed so I can see where the confusion is. They've invoked it, meaning that when they submitted their application, they told us this is a builder's remedy project. We're entitled to all these concessions and for the city not to comply with certain zoning standards. They have not done that. Basically, what they're saying is, we have builder's remedy, but we're not using it. It could be available to us, but we're using state density bonus and we're staying within the parameters of state law and the city's law.
Okay, then under that, I think we should not be talking about a builder's remedy. I honestly, like we've talked about it so much at the site visit, so much today's slides, so much in the staff report. And I'm be honest, in the Planning Commission, ABR, it says the project is proposed under the city's unit size density AUD incentive program and state density bonus law. And I'm grateful not invoking builder's remedy and all of those other things. And there's been a lot of progress that's really great, honestly. But I think there's a fundamental confusion, and I'm not sure I have confidence that ABR or Planning Commission knew what they were voting on, as we're confused today and we're confused yesterday as well.
Mayor Rouse, council members, then at this point, whether it's really irrelevant whether it's builder's remedy because the project is here before you and it's been approved. So this is the project using state density bonus. So in my opinion, builder's remedy at this point is irrelevant.
That's what I think so too.
I do feel that
too.
Having sat through the Planning Commission and the ABR, I do think that they understood it. it was very clear that it was, that it could have been a builder's remedy, but that's not what they were looking at. They were looking at something that complied with the city's zoning ordinance and state density bonus.
It seems to me we're being asked to look at it as if it's a builder's remedy, but it isn't. And I do think it causes confusion, even for me up until the last minute when you're answering this question, there's confusion. And so I just don't think we should be talking about it as a builder's remedy anymore because it isn't. They haven't invoked, I mean, they could, but they haven't. In all the documents, it's the project is proposed under the city's average unit size density incentive program and state density bonus law, period. So I don't know why.
That's a fair statement.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sten, so one point I would just like to make on that is although they did qualify as a builder's remedy project, so technically invoked it, I don't think they're taking advantage, at least at this point, of some of the builder's remedies, such as not complying with our zoning ordinance. They're asking for the waivers and a few waivers and concession that they're entitled to under density bonus, but under the builder's remedy, they would be entitled to not comply with our zoning ordinance. So I don't think they have they've invoked it, but not taken advantage of some of the remedy provisions.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate that the applicant is not taking advantage of the builder's remedy. So I don't want to, I'm very appreciative of that. I just still think it causes a lot of confusion to keep talking about it. This is a builder's remedy project. This is builder's remedy. It's builder's remedy. And it's like, whoa, I would ask, please, that we don't describe it as a builder's remedy. It could be, but we're looking at it as if we're going to give credit for, emotional credit, not concession credit for, using the AUD incentive program and state density bonus law. Let's just leave it at that.
Councilmember Snedden, through the mayor, just for clarity, because they have invoked builder's remedy, if
they have invoked.
They have invoked it, but they're not taking advantage of it. But just for when we get to the motion making, if it's the council's will, whichever way you go, but if you're going to deny the appeal, there's findings in there on builder's remedy that need to be made.
Okay, this is exactly my question. So we are treating it as a builder's remedy. If the findings we have to make are as a builder's remedy, then that to me says this is a builder's remedy project.
It has, Councilmember Stenton has invoked builder's remedy, but it's pretty much irrelevant right now because the project before you complies with the state laws.
So if it's irrelevant, I don't feel I have to find findings related to builder's remedy.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sten, so as Ms. Ostringer said, it has been invoked, so it does apply, although they're not taking advantage of the remedies available to them. But if the council's majority vote was to uphold the appeal, you would need to make the builder's remedy findings.
Okay, this is where I will bring this back at discussion, but I have a lot of questions about that. When the Planning Commission notes don't call it a builder's remedy project, the ABR notes don't call it a builder's remedy project, and even though in the staff report it talks all about builder's remedy, every time I've read them, I'm like, why are they talking about builder's remedy? It's very clearly stated that this project is being presented as this. So I'm just saying I don't feel I need to make findings for builder's remedy because it's not been, none of the documents are talking about this as a builder's remedy project. And even today in the staff report, it said this is not a invoked builder's remedy project. So but verbally it says it is, and at the site visit it is. So
It does, sorry, Councilmember Sten, so in the CAR for today's hearing, it does say it qualifies as a builder's remedy project.
Qualifies,
yeah.
but it also says they have not invoked.
And then also in the Planning Commission staff report, I wrote the same thing, that it does qualify. So that's
Qualifies, but has not invoked. And so that's what I've been preparing my findings on. And I'll come back to that. Just because it's qualified, if they haven't invoked it and it's not presented as such, then we can come back to that, but that's like a legitimate question I have, and confusion even during the presentation today, when we're like, wait, what was this builder's remedy or this isn't builder's remedy? So those are very different thresholds, and even though I can appreciate they're not taking advantage of certain things, I feel like ABR, Planning Commission, ourselves up here are sort of given a project standard of findings, which I find confusing. So that's one question I have, and it's actually a really big question. The other is, when does the lot combining happen? Has it happened? Is that part of this application? Was that considered at ABR Planning Commission? Were they ever given the option of you don't have to allow this lot combining? Or what is the status of the lot combining?
Councilmember Sneddon, it's called a voluntary lot merger. So this process happens at the building permit stage. When they submit for their building permit application, they'll also submit an application to the Public Works Department and do a voluntary lot merger. It's an allowed, non-discretionary action or approval.
Has it happened yet?
No, this has not. It happens at the building permit stage. After approval, they go into the building permit application. They'll submit their voluntary lot merger application at the same time.
Okay.
Sometimes it can be done earlier, but that's typically they wait until they've got all their other approvals and then move forward.
And what would be the base density of each of those lots if they weren't merged?
It's a good question. I think they're relatively similar in size, so I just have to guess on that. It's about an acre right now combined, so half an acre, and it's 63 dwelling units per acre. So I think it would be 60 for the two combined, so 30.
So it'd be a little less than what it is. Like, what is the advantage of merging the lots, or the disadvantage?
So typically setbacks would apply.
For each project?
For each,
For
yeah.
each lot.
For the one on Milpas, though, they would have to have access from Milpas, potentially, depending on how it's designed, but maybe not.
Okay. Is it always appropriate to merge lots everywhere and all places, no matter what?
I would say there may be times when they're not, but it's not a typical, I would say typically when a voluntary lot merger is proposed, that it's usually supportable.
If it wasn't supportable, at what stage would that denial of the merger happen?
I'd have to defer to council, but I think it's allowed, it's voluntary. I think it's allowed at any point.
But if it weren't considered appropriate?
Mr. Busk.
Councilmember Sneddon, through the mayor, it is not a discretionary action. So the applicant could come in at any time. They could have come in 3 years ago and merged the lots, and it's not something that staff can deny. It's something that they are able to do.
Okay, I'm adding that to my list of things to fix. So if someone comes in and they own 10 lots contiguous, they can just ministerial merge, done.
That's correct.
Okay, that is a real problem. I will say that. Okay. Why hasn't the high priority overlay been removed yet?
Councilmember Sneddon, through the mayor, very shortly after that direction was given by council, the state adopted SB 330, which essentially said that anything we do, anytime we reduce density, we have to increase density somewhere else. So because of that, we didn't just move forward with the Milpas because we needed to study where would that density go. And so that's why it didn't move forward.
And I think at that meeting, and shortly after we said, we're okay with that, we can put the density someplace else. There's, I won't even go through it, but there's Lacumba or these. I mean, we had places that we were like, that's okay. We can remove the density there, and we're okay with, I remember Council being very vocal about where we're going to have to put it somewhere. We can't just downzone, and to be careful about it. And so I guess I don't really understand, or where is it in the process? Let me ask it that way.
So Councilmember Sneddon, at this point, it's something that's being looked at, excuse me, more holistically. It had to also do, excuse me, with timing, because we were in the middle of preparing the housing element update. And so if we were to reduce density, that would have been an issue with submitting for our 6th cycle and being able to meet the number of units. So it was put on hold, and now we're focused on implementing those policies that were adopted in the housing element.
So even if we brought it down there but put it up somewhere else, we still thought it was going to impact the...
Councilmember Sneddon, and I apologize, I wasn't directly involved with this at the time, but I'm not sure how that relates to our suitable sites, because those were called out in that housing element. It becomes a lot more complicated, but I don't know that it's impossible. As you say, it's just a matter of replacing it somewhere else. But if we called out suitable sites, then that would be something additional that would need to be addressed.
I'm not, but suitable sites or not. It's something that, I'll just say it now and I'll repeat it again, but it's come up at Planning Commission. It came up with us. We voted for it to move it over. It's come up multiple times, and even in the ABR comments, I think there was a comment saying they believed it was a mistake that this was in the high priority overlay. So the understanding is that it's been voted on, and I think, I guess I'll save that for comments too, but thank you for that. So it's not really in process.
That's correct. That's an appropriate characterization.
So I'm going to add that to the list too. Thank you. And then this question about the L shape being outside the high priority overlay, is that, can you comment on that? If these lots weren't merged, yeah.
I'm sorry, it is in the priority housing overlay.
All of it is.
There was a little glitch in our mapping program at one point where it was not in there, and we fixed that. So, but it has always been officially in the priority housing overlay area. Both parcels have been.
Both parcels, okay. Because that might be a consideration of when you don't just automatically merge lots as if their density status or their priority status isn't the same. What happens when things like, I realize we have this process where we say, oh, it's just for comments or not just, that these bodies don't have much purview, but I'm wondering what happens, things like the Planning Commission comments, like one of the comments is there's some concern over livability of the units in terms of light and air, and recommendation to, quote, deinstitutionalize the project design. So Planning Commission makes a comment like that, and that sounds to me like health and safety or livability. What happens with a comment like that? So they make the comment, and then...
Councilmember Sneddon, so I wrote a memo to ABR staff and attached the comments, the draft comments from Planning Commission. So that's what we do. We provide those to the ABR, and they can consider those as part of their review.
Councilmember Sneddon, that's actually somewhat of, was intended, I think, to be more of a design, aesthetic design. So the ABR does have the ability to tell the applicant, change this over here, put these windows here, we don't like this window, recess back. What they can't do is they can't reduce the density. So they can try and get the project to be manipulated so that it's more aesthetically pleasing and livable for.
Thank you. So they could break it up more, have more windows or articulations, or have more variable heights, so even residents within that building could see mountains differently, kind of thing.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Why no story poles?
Councilmember Sneddon, so we asked the ABR whether they would require story poles or not. We do that for pretty much all the projects. So they, in this case, took a straw vote and determined that they weren't necessary for their review.
Okay, again, I think that really needs to change. We've talked about story polls before. I think Planning Commission said that story polls could be good for neighborhoods' understanding of the size and scope of the project. So that was a recommendation out of Planning Commission. We allow them, we encourage them, we need them for large projects. I'm kind of surprised that anybody said don't do story polls is surprising to me.
We seem to be leaning against story polls. Planning commissioners appear to not feel that they're necessary for their review, and it seems like the design review boards also are saying that they're not necessary for their review.
Planning Commission
often.
comment said they would support story polls with
In this
those
case.
comments that they could be good for neighborhood understanding of the size and scope of the project. So just, I mean, Planning Commission said that as their comments in there.
On this particular one, yes, I understand.
On this
Yes.
project is what we're talking about,
Right.
because this is this project. And I will add that again to the list of, I'm a big believer in story polls. We've had a lot of issues with story polls. I just don't think this should be like, on a certain size project, discretionary, oh, we don't need them on this one. I think it comes up a lot. If this counts as one of the review meetings, does that mean we can give design review at this meeting?
Councilmember Sneddon, yes, this is one of the 5 hearings as an appeal, and you are reviewing the project design.
Okay. So as part of that, in our comments, we could be giving, just the same as anybody else, we could give a list of design review comments.
Yeah, I think that, the key is that those comments cannot result in a denial of the density or a limit, or a lessening of the density.
The density stays, okay.
Council members, and I do have to add, the project is what's before you. You could maybe make very objective tweaks, but I think we've done it on others where it says, use glazing in this window, on the north
Right.
window. But
if it counts as one of the design review,
it doesn't count as a design review hearing. It counts as one of the 5 hearings that we're allowed to have on a project. It's not a design review hearing. It's just, under the state law, it says projects may only have 5 hearings. That hearing can be an appeal. It can be, after it's complete, it can be design review. It could, and continued appeals count. So if we were to continue this, that would be another hearing, and that would get us to 5.
okay, I'll make my comment, nothing's binding anyway, so I'll make my comments at the end. And then I had one more question for now. So there's this description of the number of units. It's 90 units, 16 that are both very low, and then 1 workforce combined. So 15 very low and 1 workforce, right, for 16. No, okay, can you tell me the numbers? So I have this right? That's what the staff report says. So again, if the staff report isn't accurate, I need to know.
I think there are 9 very low, 6 moderate, and those were added on top, not required by your inclusionary ordinance, and 1 workforce as well.
Okay, thank you, for a total of 16. Okay, so yeah, so 16 units that are in the very low, moderate, or workforce. Okay, so that's 90 units minus the 16 that are either workforce, moderate, or very low. So that leaves me with 74 that then will be above 200% AMI. I don't know how else to do that math. So I'm asking it as a question in case there's another way to do that math. But if there's 90 units, and you take away the 9 that are very low, the 6 that are moderate, and the 1 that's workforce, that leaves you with 74 units that don't fit in those categories, which makes them
Market
above
rate.
200% AMI.
Those are the market rate units, yes.
Okay, so we call it market rate, but I just want to call that out. That's above 200% AMI. 74 units that are above, yeah. And I understand, there's a difference between what you have the right to do and what's right to do. So I just want to calculate that. So 74 units that are going to be above 200% AMI. Why can no one confirm that or deny? I just, yeah.
I can deny that. They're market rate units, and
Which
they're
means
affordable
above
by design.
200% AMI.
No, respectfully, it just means they're not deed restricted affordable, and therefore the market determines the rate. These are affordable by design, they're smaller units,
Okay.
and therefore,
Respectfully, I don't
they're
believe in
mark-
affordable by
they're
design
market
in our
rate.
very, very desirable community. So unless they're restricted, then they could be above 200% AMI. Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So all of my questions are just going to be for my own edification to try and clarify points where I have some confusion based on other people's questions. So just bear with me. I appreciate that. So, Ms. Ostrander, I want to start with the builder's remedy issue. And if you don't mind, I'm going to just ask a series of questions, because I want to make sure that I am understanding this, so when we go to vote, I'm doing it on the basis of correct information. So regardless of confusion around maybe specific wording in the reports or what was or wasn't left out of the minutes of any of the previous meetings, builder's remedy applies to this project, and builder's remedy was invoked by the project applicants. Full stop.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, that's correct.
Okay. Now, the project applicant, after invoking builder's remedy, decided not to utilize the benefits that go along with builder's remedy projects and that are afforded to them on that basis. However, even though they decided not to use those benefits, builder's remedy as a category still applies and still was invoked by this project.
That's correct.
Okay. So even though they didn't use, I really want to make sure I'm understanding this. Even though they didn't use those special allowances specific to builder's remedy, because it's been invoked, legally, when we make our findings, whatever they are, we do have to reference and contemplate builder's remedy, because as a legal reality, it exists as a matter of law and policy and applies to this project.
Councilmember Harmon, through the mayor, that's correct.
And so while we are obligated to consider it in our findings, what I'm understanding our staff to be saying is that practically speaking, substantively, the project before us, builder's remedy is not relevant because they didn't use the perks afforded to them under builder's remedy, but legally, as a sort of fiction, we are obligated to contemplate it in our findings, because whether or not they used the perks, it still does apply and it still was invoked.
That's correct.
Okay. So whatever we end up doing, we are going to have to make findings about that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. There was very confusing, and so that's super helpful for me. Thank you. Thank you for teasing that out. All right, so two final questions. It's kind of a jumble of thoughts in my head, but I'm hoping that you can take me through, I feel like I ask this question a lot, but what are our obligations in the context of a quasi-judicial hearing? And I'm asking that because a lot of the issues that are being raised by my colleagues, I find myself thinking, yes, I also want to consider that, or I have policy thoughts related to that matter. However, my understanding on a quasi-judicial hearing of the type that is before us, whatever thoughts we might have on policy writ large, or even more specifically as it might pertain to a specific neighborhood, we are not allowed to consider those policy thoughts and desires in the context of the decision that we're making today. Today, we have to look at the appeal grounds that were raised, the project that is before us, and the law as it currently exists, not the law as we might at some point in the future wish it to become. Is that true, or do we have...
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, no, that is true. And in this case, because it's an SB 330, you're applying the laws that existed at the time the preliminary application was filed.
Okay. So not even the laws maybe as they exist in this moment, but at the time of Correct. That application. So to the extent we think, we don't even have to go as maybe as controversial as density, but any of these issues that we're talking about, whether we think 200% AMI for rents is too much or not, that's really not relevant. Like, if that is not written into the code now and state law does not prohibit it, we just, that is beyond our purview to consider those things as it pertains to the appeal that's before us today.
Yes, as it pertains to the appeal before you today.
Okay, thank you. That's very, very helpful for me. And then my last question also was raised by the number of hearings. So I totally, it makes sense to me that this is one of the 5, but that it's not about 5 design hearings, it's 5 hearings in general. If we were not to have had this appeal hearing, it's not as if there would have been extra design hearings and this is taking the place of one, right? I mean, there's no, how does that work? Can you talk me through
Councilmember
that?
Harmon, through the mayor, so if there was not this appeal, there would be 2 remaining hearings left. In order for the project to finally get approved so that they can get their building permit, they have to have final design approval. So usually that's the low standard where it's just does a project substantially conform to what was given project design approval, but sometimes projects do take 1 or 2 final design approvals to get through. So in this case, it's going to be 1.
Is there an opportunity, and I'm not suggesting one way or another that this is a question that we would ask of the applicant, but is it legally possible for us to ask whether the applicant might be willing to be open to a 6th design review, so at 1 extra, if the board needs it? I mean, I'm just asking that question. I see heads shaking no, so I'm guessing they're not open to it. But I'm just trying to find some path for everyone to get a little bit of what they want.
Yeah.
Legally, we can ask, they can say no, is that what I'm?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I won't make you say it. Thank you, understood.
Ms. Santa Maria.
What is that sound? Take a moment. Take a
Okay,
moment,
we're
Mayor.
we're having an emergency pause. And Ms. Santa Maria, I believe you are up for questions of
Yes,
staff.
thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll give folks a minute to settle before I ask my questions. Before we begin, question for our city attorney. Are we able to ask the applicant questions directly, or the appellant, or?
Councilmember Santa Maria, so, there was a little bit of an exchange between the applicant and Councilmember Sneddon, but I think the best procedure would be that you can put the questions out, they have a rebuttal, they can answer them in the rebuttal.
Okay.
Well, we want to get away from doing
Actually, that
advocacy.
wouldn't count
Sure.
as their time, though, It
Sure,
wouldn't be counted
okay.
against them as part of their time.
Okay, great. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I'm following
Yeah.
procedures. Thank you. Okay, most of my questions are really I just want to get some clarification, so we can make an appropriate decision. For our legal team, do we have any knowledge on whether this project will be subject to prevailing wage requirements for the actual construction of the project?
Councilmember Santa Maria, through the mayor, it's a private project, so I don't believe it has any prevailing wage requirements. So, for example, for the city projects, public projects,
Right.
contractors are required to pay prevailing wage, but this
Right.
is a private project.
Right. And as a city, can we request and/or require a prevailing wage requirement or a local hire preference, that type of thing?
Councilmember Santa Maria, through the mayor, as of the hearing today, no, we don't have any prevailing wage provisions for private projects.
Okay. And as a city, we're not allowed to make those requests to the applicant. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And I've been hearing some chatter about the 8 cottages that are currently occupied by senior tenants there being at one point designated as historic landmarks. Is that correct? I just want to get some clarification on whether those were ever at any point historic landmarks or just designated as historically,
Councilmember Santa Maria, no, an historical assessment was made and it was determined they are not historical resources.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Actually, Kathleen, you mentioned earlier, we were talking about the intermittent views and what you talked about an important viewing area that wouldn't block that. So what constitutes an important viewing area? Like what does important mean? How do we determine if a viewing area is important?
We look at views from the beach as primary, along Cabrillo Boulevard, from public parks, public areas like that, typically.
Okay. And so then,
It's not like the corner of a particular street or something like that.
sure.
Instead,
Okay.
yeah.
So do important viewing areas also include views of our mountains in the Riviera, sort of like the same as any other natural view like the ocean?
Councilmember Santa Maria, what distinguishes some of those important viewing areas is that they're called out in our local coastal plan that was adopted in 2019, and it has policies specific to those areas.
Okay. And so I think it was mentioned before, so views of the ocean is one of those things that's covered, correct?
Correct, yes,
Okay.
from certain locations in the
Certain
city.
locations. Okay. And does that also, or why is it included? Is it because it's a natural view, or what makes it qualify?
There's policies within the coastal plan. I think part of it relates to the Coastal Act and the city's certified local coastal program. So many of them are, or that I can think of right now, are within the coastal zone.
I see.
Rather than the Milpas corridor.
I see. Okay. And so those important viewing areas, I just wanted to get clarification on whether that includes other natural viewing areas like our mountains. Is that considered an important viewing area?
In terms of CEQA, it's usually something that's designated within a policy. I'm trying to think if there's others outside of the coastal plan. There could be. it's usually a policy that we look at.
Okay. Okay. Have we, I think those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you. But back to our legal team. Have we as a city analyzed the loss of existing senior housing? So my understanding is these 8 cottages are designated for senior tenants. The new affordable, quote unquote, units would be for income restrictions, not age restrictions. Have we done any analysis on the impact specifically to this demographic for seniors?
Councilmember Santa Maria through the mayor. So I don't believe we've done any particular study. As was stated, with respect to just these 8 units, they will have the right of first refusal in this project.
Okay.
There are certain state requirements because of fair housing that limits how we implement age-restricted units. So it's just a process that goes forward when you have age-restricted units.
Okay. And are we able to have an enforceable agreement ensuring that those units that are now designated as low income and the 6 moderate income, that they will remain that way long-term? Or is it up to the discretion of the applicant to, like, how does that work?
They're deed restricted per state law and per our local ordinance. For our local ordinance, it's 90 years, and I believe for state density bonus, it's 55 years.
Okay, so these 9 low-income and 6 moderate-income units will remain affordable for 55 years?
For 50 years for the
50 years.
low income, I believe, or 55. And then the moderates that are through our inclusionary are 90 years.
For 90 years, okay, great. Just a few more questions here. One sec. Okay, so we talked a little bit about the FEMA flood hazard area, and that these lots lie on our city's liquefaction map as well. Can you talk a little bit about what it means for this project to be built in this sensitive, environmentally sensitive area, while having the CEQA exemption? Like, I'm just want to get a better sense of, maybe that's a better question for you, thank you. And just trying to figure out, if we didn't do a full environmental impact report, how have we fully assessed the potential impact of this project on a FEMA flood hazard area and the liquefaction?
Councilmember Santa Maria, when we review a project application, one of the first things we do is we determine if CEQA applies to a project. And if it's a project that goes before decision makers and it results in construction or a physical change, that means that CEQA applies. Then the next step is to determine whether the project is exempt. And so that means that we screen for a number of factors, and we have a lot of tools to do that. And a project being exempt means that, in this case, it qualifies as a type of project that is determined not to result in environmental impacts. So we do screen for things like liquefaction, and we do screen for flood zones. And those things can be addressed through the building code, through our municipal code, through standard conditions, and by applying those standard conditions. And so by doing that, they can qualify for an exemption.
Okay. So then, in that case, we want to build housing, say, as a council, we move the project forward. In the building codes, like, how specifically do we address the fact that there's going to be 94 units? 90. Or 90-something units in this area? I mean, it's not really changing the fact that that used to be a lagoon on the east side, right? And, the flood, like, what are the preventative measures that we're taking as we build this project? Or what do we anticipate?
Councilmember Santa Maria, there's 2 kind of steps to that. We do a more planning level, site screening level, and then through the building permit process, that's when the technical investigation is prepared that identifies those specific engineering measures to address the liquefaction. So as a site consideration, we look at how preliminarily, if there's any of those technical recommendations could affect site planning issues. But the more technical recommendations are worked out through the construction, design,
Okay.
building process.
So those details have not been worked out then, is that correct?
That happens through the building permit process.
Okay, so not yet, okay. Okay, that makes sense.
And Councilmember Santa Maria, they will be worked out. It's a matter of engineering that figure out back then.
That makes complete sense. I'm trying to get a sense of the order of the process, so that specific, those specific findings would happen after this, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, okay. Let me see if I have, let me see. I think these are all the questions I have for staff, but I'm going to pose just a few questions for the applicant, and you're welcome to answer them or not. But I have just a few questions on the project itself, so I'm having a hard time finding the location and details of the ventilation unit for the project, and just wanting to make sure that, you know, there is no accumulation of carbon monoxide in the units. You know, it's going to add a lot of units, which can be a positive thing if we do it, you know, in a safe manner. I'm also curious about for the current tenants, any more details on the plans to relocate them? And so what does that actually look like? I've personally visited these tenants. They are seniors, they have additional needs, some of them are disabled, you know, but it's not just like telling your average tenant, here's some money, get out, you know, like they're gonna need additional help. And so I'm sure you're aware of that, so would just love to hear some details on, you know, what are we doing to ensure that this is a smooth transition for them. I'm hearing about the right of first refusal, which is wonderful, and that is, you know, truly acknowledged as something positive on your part. There's a couple others I had. Yeah, taking a look at our you know, I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it at those questions, and I will reserve the rest for comments and further deliberation. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, very good. And with that, go back to the appellant. If you'd like to do your rebuttal now, you have 2 minutes and 42 seconds. I'm going to go to public comment thereafter.
Do I have a choice?
I'm sorry?
Do I have a choice?
Uh, uh,
Public comment?
I can't hear you, Natasha, I'm sorry.
After public comment.
You'd like to go after public comment? Okay. And as far as you're concerned, same thing? Okay. All right, very good. Well, in that case, we are going to take a small council break. We've been up here for a while, and we're getting a little crampy up here, so we will be back at a quarter of, we'll reconvene. Thank you. Once again, as I mentioned before, we're going to go at 2 minutes per speaker slip. Those that have combined speaker slips, if you found a couple of friends, then you can have a total of 5 minutes to do that. And because we have a lot of speakers, I'm going to ask that who's ever speaking is followed by the next speaker, which I'm going to call out. And we'll move from there. We'll start out with Jonathan Duran, followed by Brian Miller. 2 minutes, please. Go right ahead.
Hello, City Council members. Name's Jonathan Duran. I'm a representative with the Western States Carpenters, Local 805, represent Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo area. For me, as you see projects like this coming down the pipeline, we're seeing it throughout the tri-counties. So developers are coming in, they're using these assembly bills. Again, we all need housing. We understand the arena goals that each city needs. But at the same time, they're leaving out the element of the construction. They're leaving out the element of, hey, hiring locally, utilizing skilled tradesmen and women, opportunity to utilize certified apprenticeship programs through the state. So as these developments start happening, that's what we're seeing as tradesmen is like, hey, you're missing out on these opportunities to be able to pull from the local resources from the high schools, second chance individuals, military. And so as the city council, that's what I'm looking for is, hey, an opportunity for maybe to put ordinances in place to be able to utilize these people that live here to be able to work here and be able to hopefully maybe rent one of these places, because reality is, what is affordable in Santa Barbara? That's not. It's so, without a good paying job, a career, you don't have an opportunity to be able to afford to be able to live here. So we're seeing a lot of people coming outside the area to be able to work. Again, as a representative, that's my job. I go and speak to the non-union side of the industry and come find out that, hey, people are not being paid correctly, getting paid cash, and being taken advantage of. Human trafficking, per se. And unfortunately, projects in the residential end, that's where they happen. On the prevailing wage side, we have mechanisms there to be able to kind of shelter and be able to kind of police that industry. But on the private side, we don't have that. And like I said, for myself and my other representatives that go out and hit these jobs, that's what we see out on jobs here locally. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Brian Miller, and is Sabine Polero here? Okay, and you're donating your time to Brian. Okay, Brian, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Brian Miller. I'm representing the Pearl Chase Society, and we're here to speak on behalf of this project. So I will read what the statement is that we've prepared for that particular project. Dear Mayor Rouse and Santa Barbara City Council members, the Pearl Chase Society strongly supports the appeal to the denial approval of the Milpas Gardens project. Santa Barbara's identity is built on a legacy of historic architecture, human scale, and cohesive neighborhood fabric. This project, as proposed, threatens all three. By exploiting the average unit size density AUD incentive program and the state density bonus law, this proposal seeks height, bulk, and massing far beyond what our community plans envisioned. These density giveaways, marketed as housing solutions, have increasingly been used to bypass local design standards, reduce open space, and waive parking requirements. The result has been oversized, incompatible buildings that overwhelm neighborhoods, displace long-standing residents, and place additional strain on already overburdened infrastructure. On the Milpas side, the designed so-called open space is dominated by a massive fourth-story deck looming over the street and sidewalk. Similar decks in other projects have become intrusive party decks, impacting the peace and livability of surrounding homes. The project's parking configuration will also create a walled-in effect along Milpas, drawing more attention to the two large parking garages. On the north mountain-facing side, the building will present a solid wall to a neighborhood of single-story homes. Without meaningful step-backs or articulation, it will block mountain views, diminish light and privacy, and cast a permanent shadow over adjacent properties. Along East Gutierrez Street, the design ignores the existing architectural character, and the renderings downplay the building's true scale. In reality, this project will tower over nearby one-story residences, eroding the neighborhood's visual harmony. If approved, this project will become yet another example of state and local density laws erasing Santa Barbara's hard-won community standards. We urge you to stand with residents, uphold the integrity of the neighborhoods, and support the appeal. And that's on behalf of Pearl Chase Society. But I want to make some comments on my own, because this is something that's been driving me crazy. And I've been hearing a lot about it, and I think it's something that really needs to be addressed. And it's this housing crisis. There is no housing crisis. What the problem is affordability. People can't afford to buy homes. So they bring in these laws, come from Sacramento, the same laws that apply to Bakersfield applies to Santa Barbara. But here's the issue about Santa Barbara. It's not Bakersfield. We are a world-renowned destination city. We're known, if you go anywhere in the world and you say you're from Santa Barbara, they're like, oh, wow, you're from there. And so this is an extremely popular place to live. And why? Because it's obvious, the beauty, the mountains, the ocean, the climate, and the architecture, and the community itself. So there's this thought, and it's almost an ongoing conversation about if you build more housing, strip all the design guidelines, that somehow magically the housing will be less expensive. Well, maybe in Bakersfield, maybe in Santa Maria, but not in Santa Barbara. This is a destination city. And one of the things I've done is like, where would I compare another city that has a similar situation as ours, and what is their housing cost? And one of the places I thought of that really kind of exemplifies this is Hong Kong. You know, that is a very high-density city. It's surrounded on one side with mountains. On
Thank
the
you,
other
Mr.
side
Miller.
is the ocean.
That's your time.
Yeah, what?
That was your time.
Oh, give me 1 minute?
No, actually, I got a whole bunch of folks here that want to have those minutes. So I'm gonna
Anyway,
ask
Hong Kong is the most expensive place in the world.
you. I understand. Thank you.
Darn it.
Christine Neuheiser. What? No, yeah, you're up. Took me a while to organize this. Don't mess with me now. Come on. And Naomi Green will follow Christine.
Brian's wonderful. Anyway, okay, so I'm going to say the same thing that everybody else is saying, but it's just like, oh my gosh, mine's kind of a to-do list. Because here's what's crazy. We're here, but you pass the appeal or you deny the appeal, but no matter what, they just show up one more meeting and, hey, they got it, pass, go, right? I mean, this is just an exercise in futility. Maybe it's good for questions. So let's go on the to-do list. One thing that I think is really wrong is this status quo of 4 stories. Everything's 4 stories, 4 stories. We are destroying, like Brian said, what we have, absolutely are. And it's changing the face of Santa Barbara, and that's wrong. 90 units on Milpas and Gutierrez, and how is that possible, no traffic? I mean, that's just so absurd, I'm sorry. There's, not with all the cumulative traffic. It can't be. I mean, if you go over there, if you live over there, there's traffic already. Okay, green space as on the roof deck. The evacuation. What we gain in housing, we are losing in charm and livability. Enough of the housing for all who want to wish to live here. You can't build it, because everybody does want to live here, Grant the appeal and design a remedy to make this right by lowering the density and the height. Update the Milpas guidelines. Milpas-Haley corridor from 2017, when 711 North Milpas came, people said, come on, you got to update those, you got to update. They're not done. They're not done. They're not done. And here we are. Review the negative impacts of the AUD incentives, the state bonus density laws, and the streamlining process. They're all detrimental to the city, and dial it back and refashion it, because it's not giving us the housing that we say that we need. Nothing's affordable. I agree with Brian, nothing's affordable here. And it shouldn't be, sorry. But, okay. Also, there are so many of these laws that are coming, and they're changing so quickly. I mean, how can anyone stay current on what's happening? But how does a neighborhood even stand a chance? Because it seems like city staff, and, I mean, come on, you all of us, how can we understand that? Are you kidding me? That can't be 2 minutes.
That goes fast.
High priority overlay. That is wrong, that didn't get done either.
Okay, Naomi Green, please, followed by Natalia Gavoni.
I think Naomi's going to be on Zoom. She wasn't well.
Naomi Green? Oh. Okay, she's not here right now. She's not here. Okay, so Natalia, you have Jesse Espinoza doing any time? Is Jesse here? Okay, very good. You have 4 minutes, please. This can be followed by Ann Heffernan. Huh? Yes, 4, please. Natalia, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. President Truman enacted the housing policy of 1944, where the main objectives were to create housing quality, housing availability, urban planning, and redevelopment. Although this developer, Mr. Bob Ludwig, who sits here before you today, is no President Truman nor a lobbyist pushing for federal legislation to be passed, he miserably fails to see or understand that the current housing policies are destroying the well-established communities in which families have lived for years. Poor planning was a major flaw in President Truman's housing policy, just like it is for this project. This monstrosity has no place in the East Side District due to its size, bulk, and scale. Currently, there is nothing on Milpas Street of this magnitude, which is clearly inconsistent with the rest of the surrounding 1- and 2-story buildings. The community character is being violated, as it does not strengthen and enhance design, development review standards, nor enhance community character, promote affordable housing, and implement community sustainability principles. Furthermore, the Milpas-Haley guidelines were not followed, as the architect stated in a previous past ABR meeting that he used the current city guidelines that are utilized throughout the city. As a business owner located directly next door to this property, I will no longer be allowed to enjoy sunlight and privacy, but rather be forced to conduct business in cell-like conditions that mirror San Quentin. Having to look at a 50-foot wall every day is not only not conducive to a commercial district, but depressing as a neighbor. The lack of relief at the property line and obliteration of the public mountain views only exacerbates this issue. As a 4-decade investor, developer, and real estate consultant, this is what Mr. Bob Ludwig, demonstrates. This is 2020 during COVID, in front of his commercial units located at 418 Milpas Street. The county of Santa Barbara had to light a blowtorch under his derriere as he had been sitting on it too long because he wouldn't clean his property. There was no self-initiative here. He waited until the county got involved in order for this to be cleaned. Furthermore, here are various violations from 2008 to 2011 at 418 North Milpas Street. This one here, unapproved electrical work. Here, unpermitted signs and string of flags and off-premises portable signs. Here, violations so numerous and broad in scope that the city of Santa Barbara believed they were undertaken knowingly, being the operative word, in advance of the violations. The last one, the use of property changed without required permits and approvals. Trailer installed behind the thrift store without required permit. Constructed power poles in an unapproved method. This is Bob Ludwig. This is who is going to build that monstrosity. I would urge all of you to please uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Ann Heffernan, followed by Joara Gutierrez.
Thank you all. I'm a 30-year resident of the East Side. The intersection of Milpas and Gutierrez is one of the most dangerous and congested corridors of the city. It funnels drivers directly onto the 101 freeway, west and south, and also serves as a major route to local schools, churches, and a massive 4-story project at this location without proper environmental review puts lives at risk. CEQA requires an honest evaluation of traffic impacts using current data, not outdated studies or 2030 projections. This project alone could generate hundreds of new car trips per day with dozens during peak school and commute hours. Add that to the cumulative impact of other high-density projects already approved or proposed nearby. It's a recipe for gridlock and a clear violation of CEQA's requirement to study cumulative impacts. The project lacks adequate on-site parking, meaning residents and visitors will park wherever they can, including in red zones meant for fire trucks and visibility at crosswalks. We already have delivery trucks parking in red zones. Using a generic citywide traffic overlay fails to reflect the real conditions on the ground. It ignores specific turn conflicts, localized backups, and the unique street grid of the Milpas corridor. The neighborhood cannot absorb another oversized, underparked project without serious consequences. We're not against housing, we're against reckless, greedy overdevelopment, and this project must be scaled back and properly reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Juan Gutierrez, followed by Britta Bartels.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to gather my thoughts the fastest way I can because I'm limited with 2 minutes. I am the next door neighbor of that property that's being built or trying to be built. I don't know if you can see. This is my house. This is the tree. The building will be much taller than that tree, and I will be denied of any solar or sunshine on my property. I have intermittently mold developing when there is less sunshine, or let's say there's overcast for a long period of time. If that property will be built, my property or my whole house will be overshadowed by that. So this is, you can see the shadow of the tree that's behind us. The property will be much taller than that one. We will be denied of anything sunshine-wise. And so if you're talking about public safety, that compromises our safety. Another thing that I want to emphasize, my property is this one. I have a neighbor over here. Their land is a little bit taller. The property will be built over here if it's going to be approved. When we have torrential rains, my neighbor's property's water is filling into mine. When that property gets built, the water will be stuck in my properties. I don't think they're going to build lower than mine. So that building will practically trap the water that's flowing from my neighbor's higher. And I've seen it before that when there's a torrential rain, there will be like a waterfall that falls into my property. It will stay over there. It will be blocked by that building. And another thing that I want to emphasize is that it doesn't take a genius to look at the beauty of the mountains by Milpas. They're saying that it's not going to be seen. It will not be blocked. You don't need. You just need to see here. I took a picture of this is where the building's gonna be built. It's gonna impede the view. But my main concern is the safety of my family. When there's an earthquake, I'm afraid that if there's a liquefaction, if that building falls on my property.
Thank you, that's time. Thank you. Britta Bartels, followed by Danny Moreno. I'm sorry?
Sorry. My husband, Danny Moreno, is giving me the 2 minutes, so I have 4.
Okay, that's you right back here.
Yes.
Okie dokie, you have 4 minutes.
Okay. Dear Mayor and City Council members, as a longtime resident on the East Side since 2004, and my husband since 1969, it makes both of us sad to see that the ABR passed this inhumane project in a hurry without considering any neighbor's opinion, input, or consent. We would like to know where the ventilation system will be located that is supposed to remove the carbon monoxide from 65 vehicles on the first floor, driving in and out all day long. This is very important because it cannot be vented to neighboring residents facing Haley and Aliso Street by law, or any public sidewalk like on Gutierrez Street. Can it even vent towards Starbucks, Rusty's, or a public parking lot? If placed on the roof, would it violate the height of the building codes, besides interfering with the common rooftop courtyard area where the partying is supposed to happen? I'm strongly convinced that this matter creates a health and safety problem, which also includes noise pollution besides the unpreventable and concentrated carbon monoxide exposure. When we built our 2-story townhome at the back of my parcel, The planning department made sure that we install a draining system all around the building to collect excessive rainwater. Since our property is in the FEMA flood zone, excessive water needs to be directed to the street via a slump pump. This heavy building will cause our groundwater to rise, which is also part of the liquefaction factor. We already have a fluorescence coming through the grout lines in my tiled living room. When the Planning Commission approved the 2-story units located at 421 North Aliso Street and only 6 feet apart from our property line, we started noticing black mold in our bathroom walls caused by a lack of sunlight exposure. It shows up in our grout lines, and we have to seal them often to stop the spores from spreading. In regards to the shadow study performed by Mr. Hochhauser, it shows that, in his opinion, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. How come that nobody has noticed this yet after overviewing all 63 pages of the architectural design? The fall equinox study at 9 a.m., 12 p.m., and 3 p.m. shows a reversed shadow study, as if the sun rises from the west and goes down in the east. Since we are going to install solar panels facing the taller building, we contacted Blake at Sun Solar Electric, and he confirmed that by doing it this way, we would not receive enough sunlight, even if or even to make it work at all. In regards to the solar axis and shading law applied to this project, SBMC paragraph 3175-120, this project is violating this ordinance, which prohibits new development from casting shadows that would reduce solar access to adjacent habitable residential structures between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. in midwinter. Significant shading on neighboring roofs with solar potential is noted. I hope that our health and safety concerns make sense and will facilitate your decision-making. I also wanted to mention that I feel like this AUD program is kind of like, to me, it's fraud. Because if only 16 units are somehow available for people that cannot afford to live here, and they're probably supported by SB Housing Authority, that's another story. So who can afford to pay market rate for a 400 to less than 700 square feet? I would call it a hole. I mean, I would get depressed in this room. I mean, we live in 1,200 square feet as 2 people, and sometimes I feel we need an extra room. So how can somebody have a happy life in 400 to 700 square feet, probably with 2 people because they have to pay the rent and to afford it? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jose Gallegos, and then is Yolanda Perez here?
No, she had to leave.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes.
Anybody that says that Milpas is not a flood zone area is either in denial or they're living in a pipe dream. The 300 block of North Milpas, as well as the 400 block North Milpas, gets flooded pretty bad. I have seen that, when I was growing up there. Also, I have a friend who owns a townhouse on the 700 block of North Ontario, which is not considered a flood zone because it's higher ground. But he has to put a pump on the north side of his townhouse when it rains. Because if he doesn't use that pump to pump the water, it's going to go around into the glass sliding doors and into his living room. Yes, that area does get flooded, especially there in the Milpas area. This project, if it gets built, it's going to cause all kinds of issues. Of course, a lot of safety, traffic, and if they start constructing this thing, it's also going to create a lot of dust particles, and people are going to start breathing this stuff, families, kids, what have you. It's just not right. It's not right to have this thing built there. Housing, yes. If this is going to get built, maybe just, ground level units, 2 stories at the most, no more than that. So please take this into consideration. Think about this community, because other cities in California, they have fought against the state, not to have this overdevelopment. And another thing, because of this overdevelopment here in Santa Barbara, it's going to start looking like a mini Manhattan, and I'm talking about Manhattan, New York. We need to stop these tall structures.
David Noonhauser, followed by Sue Miller.
Can't please everybody, can you? You got the neighborhood or an applicant who's threatening to sue you if you don't do what they want. I wouldn't have your job. But I would say this, if I did have your job, I would make sure that I would do my own traffic and safety report. I'd go down to the corner of Cannon Perdido and Milpas, and then I'd go down to the corner of Milpas and De La Guerra and look at all those school children that are walking across the street with their face in their phone. Some of them might have been you. That's Santa Barbara Junior High and Santa Barbara High School. If you think increasing the traffic density in that neighborhood is anything but insane, then we already have, it happened once. I don't want to, I don't need to bring up any sad stories. But if it happens again, you're not going to be able to say, we can't predict the future. Because the plaintiff's attorney, you think you're getting threatened with something now? Oh, you have no idea. You want to attract a real good lawyer? Missing limb, dead child. And it's not a question. Look, unless we're planning on outlawing automobiles, and I don't think anybody wants to run on that platform, you need to start looking at a comprehensive, current, and relevant traffic safety report. And you can do it for yourselves. All you got to do is go down there at 8 o'clock, noon, and 5, and you will see gaggles of children whose heads are in the clouds, and you're going to put a whole bunch of people that are going to have to find a way to get to work so they can make, I have no idea, they told me $250,000 in jobs in Santa Barbara. There must be government jobs. I got no idea. Anyway.
Thank you.
I would think about that if I were you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Sue Miller, and Sue, you have Bonnie Donovan and Betsy Kramer donating time. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Good afternoon. I am here on behalf of the Allied Neighborhoods Association, and we are here to really support strongly the appeal on this property. We urge you to consider this appeal in light of Santa Barbara's design review requirements as mandated by our own municipal code and compatibility guidelines. Now, I was there, I went to the April 14th ABR hearing, and I heard a lot of discussion, but the board failed to find the project to be compatible with the neighborhood in size, mass, bulk, scale, and height. Now, it may have been that they didn't have the evidence and all before them, but there was a lot of discussion in this. Yet this failure to find neighborhood compatibility wasn't even called out or outlined in the motion which passed. So during the hearing, the staff responded to the ABR's commissioners' questions about their purview and all of that. And then they came up with the fact that our compatibility guidelines speak to the context of projects within actual neighborhoods and not just as standalone buildings. And they showed this sign showing the compatibility guidelines. Then there were some comment and all going on. And detailed in the staff report on page 13 is the specific wording of the actual motion made by Chair Anderson, which doesn't even once mention neighborhoods in it. B, accept the project compatibility analysis findings made by the ABR. 2, the design of the project is compatible with the architectural character of the city, of the distinctive characteristics of Santa Barbara. the size, mass, bulk, height, and scale meet the zoning code, and therefore we can find it appropriate for its location. Not one word about compatibility with the neighborhood and what other buildings are around it. So this motion that I just read is significantly different from what the compatibility guidelines shown by the staff slides spell out. Nowhere in these two statements and nor the motion is the word neighborhood present. Why is that? Why was the motion made without any mention of the neighborhood? This seems to completely sidestep the issue of neighborhood compatibility, and isn't this motion supposed to include neighborhood compatibility? So what happened at that hearing seemed to misinform the commissioners and serve to undermine the purpose of this objective review. This also erodes the integrity of our very knowledgeable ABR commissioners and muzzles them from providing meaningful feedback on projects. So we respectfully urge the council to grant the appeal and ask that the project be redesigned within the compatibility guidelines for size, bulk, mass, scale, and height, and compatible with the neighborhood. Require a public, on-the-record finding of the compatibility guidelines, supported by detailed reasoning and evidence as required by law. Uphold Charter Section 814, which safeguards Santa Barbara's architectural and community character. How much more time do I have?
54 seconds.
Oh, I thought I had 6 minutes.
5.
Okay, well, our legislative platform for our city states that we will support the ability of local governments to enact local standards or regulations that differ from those enacted at the state and federal level, and that our city will oppose legislation or regulation that restricts local authority and discretion. And we're talking about Building 9, and we're talking about 303, and all of those. And specific to planning and zoning and land use, our legislative platform states that our city will oppose legislation or constitutional amendments that weaken or interfere with the power of charter cities and support the preservation of local autonomy or home rule authority. And it states further that we, as a city, will oppose legislation that would preempt local land use and design authority and restrict the ability to impose development and design regulations.
Thank you, Sue. Sebastian Aldana Jr. and Mary Turley is donating her time. Okay, Sebastian, you have 4 minutes.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I went to various meetings, and the neighbors never agreed with the size, bulk, and scale, for one. And this type of project does not belong along the business district of the east side, especially without sufficient parking. This project is not compatible with its surrounding neighbors, the residential neighborhood east of Milpa Street. The current city system to get to this point was done very poorly, and city staff was not being transparent to the ABR and community between each meeting. Regarding the story polls, my question to you is, what good is the City Council's 2017 resolution number 17-006 if it's not going to be implemented? You have it for a reason. On Haley Street, between Santa Barbara and Garden, on the north side, that big building, they had story poles. There's no reason for this one not to have them. At one meeting, I think it was, one of the meetings, they said, somebody mentioned that they didn't want them because then the people would see how big it is. Well, that's the purpose of having them, so the community knows. So, and there are neighborhood health and safety issues in the makings, additional traffic and congestion, cluster of a neighborhood, beginning stages of a canyon, the loss of our important views of the mountain and Riviera, Evacuation also, I know, I don't want to contradict city staff that mentioned Montecito Street, but Montecito Street is good for Sycamore Canyon, you know. So Sycamore Canyon, if you're evacuating, they'll use Montecito. But if you're coming out of Los Altos or APS, they're not going to go all the way to the roundabout and over there. They're going to use Coda. I live on Coda. Coda's very busy. They're going to use Gutierrez before they use Montecito. So all three, Coda, Gutierrez, and Montecito, are used for evacuation. In my view, this project needs to go back to the drawing board and have the developer listen properly to the ABR and community. I have a question on the deeded property, because let's just say if this is a deeded property. Currently, there's 8 units. Okay, so is it 8 units per floor? So if you have 8 units currently, now you're going to go, if you go 2 floors, do you get 16? If you go 3 floors, you get 24? I'm just curious to know how the deeded property works. Is it the square footage? Is the square footage? I don't know the size of the property. So I would like to get a little detail on the deeded property, because maybe more senior housing should be placed there. Because so if somebody can look into that. And I know over here, Kathy and the attorney, you're asking questions and they're answering, but is anybody going to double check? Just double check, make sure the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. Just, that'd be nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Zwerin.
Afternoon, all. Thank you. My name is Andy Zwerin. I live on the 300 block of North Alisos. You came by before the election. Congrats. I personally strongly protest the 90-unit project on Milpas and Gutierrez streets. 3.5 months ago, after the meeting, the second ABR meeting, I sent several questions to the ABR. I've, of course, received no reply. In a moment, I'll read part of the email, but my questions still apply. Fundamentally, this has been brought up before, but fundamentally, there is no way that this project meets the project compatibility findings criteria that the board is required to confirm that a project meets. Board member Ms. Anderson, I'm too bad she left. I wish she was still here. Board member Anderson intentionally misread the quote appropriate size, mass, bulk, height, scale criteria at the ABR meeting on April 14th, 2025. Therefore, their approval of this project must be revoked. She added the words meets zoning code, which does not exist in that criteria. That criteria doesn't say anything about meets zoning code. She simply changed the criteria and didn't read the proper one. In other words, she left out the words appropriate for its location and neighborhood out of her reading. Yeah, didn't want to read it. Come on, guys, get real here. I want, so since I'm not going to have time to read the whole thing, please, how can you vote for a project design approval when it clearly does not meet the compatibility findings requirement? It may meet planning and zoning code, but there's no way it meets compatibility requirement. Please do not destroy our neighborhood with a project that is clearly not of the size, mass, bulk, height, and scale for its location and neighborhood. Thank you for hearing our appeal and hopefully reversing the ABR's approval of this project.
Thank you. Dale Francisco, who I do not see in the room. I know who that is. And then Anna Marie Gott, who's having, is it Irma Covarrubias? Is she here? Can you raise your hand? Thank you. Okay, then Anna, you have 4 minutes. Or 4, please.
What do I do?
We need to switch it to the laptop.
Can you switch it to the laptop? And then I don't know how to play it.
Do you want it to go immediately, or do you want to speak?
I want to speak first.
Oh, you can use this one, you want to do a full one?
No, Sarah, if you don't mind switching.
You know, we don't, if we can just, we don't normally do the audio visual during the just public comment, so if you want to include that, Ms. Todorovic, in your summation, that'd be great.
City Attorney's Office. I just wanted to, I know the members of the public are really concerned about the height and scale of the building, but unfortunately, we can't do anything that would reduce the density. We can't deny the project unless there's health and safety issues, and we can't reduce its density. If we reduce its density, that's basically the same as denying it. The applicant could potentially file a writ, which is basically asking the court to determine if we did something wrong, basically that we violated the Housing Accountability Act. If the court were to find that we did violate it by denying the project or reducing it, they would order us to come back here and do a do-over. If we acted in bad faith, then we'd be liable for, I think it's $5,000 or $10,000 for every unit that we've denied. 5 or 10, 15? 15.
So what would a do-over look like if it came back to the board?
Basically, the court would just tell you you have to approve the project.
The application, or they can't, I mean, is it moot? Can they not, are you saying they can't deny?
They can only deny the project if there's health and safety concerns that can't be
So this whole meeting
mitigated.
is moot, basically. But what I'm hearing you saying is, unless there's a health and safety issue, there's nothing this board can actually do.
Correct.
This was not a fair hearing. It was calculated miscommunication and manipulation. The ABR was boxed into approving a project that failed to meet objective standards, and the city attorney was at the center of it. First, she claimed that the only grounds for denial were health and safety reasons. Then, Then, at the very next meeting, she reversed herself, citing the Permit Streamlining Act, and insisted that the board approve the project that night. That's not legal guidance, that's orchestration. Her abrupt pivot destroyed the independent judgment, shut down real review, and betrayed the principles of honest, transparent governance. You just saw one of the videos. I'm bringing up the second one now. What did you see and hear? You heard you can only deny the project on health and safety grounds. Is that true? That isn't. You also heard that they had to approve the project tonight. They approved the project because the city attorney told them that they had to. So if you were a person on the ABR, wouldn't you feel that your hands are tied? Wouldn't you feel that you were not able to give them constructive criticism regarding the project and to make requirements in terms of architectural design? That you wouldn't be able to ask anything about the mechanical units that are going to be put on the top of the building? Wouldn't you feel that you wouldn't be able to address any issues regarding to solar or any other issues that a member of the public brought in front of you? I think you probably would. Can you play it? Stopped again.
I think you're out of time.
Okay, that's
Okay.
time, thank you.
Sorry.
We have some commenters online.
We have 4 raised hands. We have Naomi Green, Mary Ellen Brooks, Victoria Valente, and Anna Arce. Naomi Green, please go ahead.
Oh, hi.
I wanted to start with a kind of a personal anecdote. I hope it won't seem too naive. Years ago, I should start by saying I live quite close to the proposed development. I live on Aliso Street, about a block away, and on the top of a little hill. And about a long time ago, more than 10 years, I asked the city if I could possibly have a little red strip painted on the on the curb, because when I back out of my car, as I said, I'm on a hill. When I back out, it's very dangerous. If anybody who comes very close to the driveway, I can't see it all, so it's dangerous. And I was told at the time they couldn't grant my request because it would take away a parking spot. So this is a long time ago. They knew that parking was an issue. And the parking has become increasingly impossible. There's virtually no street parking on my block. And so here I'm thinking that years ago I was denied the little red thing because they would take away one spot. And here we're building all over the east side, which brings in so many cars and so much congestion. I mean, there are times you go to the Trader Joe's lot and you can't park, and it's not all Trader Joe's people. It's people who want to park. And so you have to think that with the developments, even if they include some parking, it's not for everybody. People have two cars, people have guests. So if the city is going to build, they have to think about in a more holistic way. They have to think about addressing some of those needs. And I don't think I don't see that that's happened at all. As a matter of fact, the parking has gotten worse because on the one hand, you have, well, many more people building,
Thank
also
you.
the bike lanes. I'm all for the bike lanes.
That's time.
But, oh, okay.
Thank
And
you.
I want to just say they took away the little bus that goes downtown. So
Thank you.
it's much worse than it used to be.
Next
That's all.
speaker, please.
Mary Ellen Brooks, please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Mary Ellen Brooks. I'm president of Citizens Planning Association. CPA would urge the council today to support the appeal of this proposal, as it is not appropriate size bulk scale for this Milpas Lower Riviera area. We have followed this project since it first appeared at the ABR. And we wrote in March of this year to the Planning Commission asking for story poles. We were encouraged that the Planning Commission, in its concept review, recommended to the ABR that story poles be erected. And this request seems to have been rejected, which I think is a slap in the face to the public, who deserves to see the size and bulk of this project. Okay, going on, we feel that this project, you're actually throwing out all the standards, especially the urban design guidelines that have been mentioned many times today. Also, the Haley Milpas Design Manual, also mentioned many times today. It seems that at ABR, we were very shocked at the apparent lack of consideration of any guidelines brought about the decision, and the Milpas community and the neighborhood deserves more than a dismissal of long-standing standards. Also, filing an appeal for an individual is nearly overwhelming, and yet the residents of this area came together to raise the money in a GoFundMe and door-to-door hat in hand for this particular appeal. In closing, Citizens Planning would ask you to support the appeal, remand the project back for reconsideration. I think Mr. Berry earlier showed what could be here and give adequate housing for this neighborhood. And in closing, again, I don't know what to say about this builder's remedy when we invoke.
Okay, thank you. That's time. Thank you.
New standards.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our letters were not written.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Victoria Valente. Victoria Valente, please go ahead. Victoria Valente, go ahead. Sorry.
Mayor Rouse, council members, I oppose this project as designed, and I urge you to uphold this appeal. We need to preserve the character of Santa Barbara's East Side. The character and charm, coupled with the friendly, down-to-earth vibe, are what attracted me to this neighborhood when I moved here in 1991. I live on Coda Street. The proposed project resembles a state penitentiary or a Munger project. To say it doesn't blend with the character of the neighborhood is a gross understatement. Just to be clear, I'm pro-housing, affordable housing. State mandates, as they are written, have neglected to sufficiently stipulate that in order for new housing to fill an actual need, it must be affordable to those who are struggling to obtain it. Aside from the meager number of affordable units offered with these AUD proposals, high-density housing developments have historically produced units with higher than average rents, especially units with high ceilings and other luxury amenities. That would mean, for instance, greater than $2,900 for a one-bedroom apartment. Who can afford this? Not anyone struggling to find housing currently. These types of developments draw those from outside the area seeking second homes and other wealthy individuals. An obvious issue with 90 new apartments along the Milpas corridor, in addition to other developments that are in progress, is the impact on our already weak infrastructure, as the city has been eager to remove roads and lanes formerly used for auto traffic. It's already a headache trying to navigate. Not to mention parking. 65 spots for 90 units means a lot of cars circling the east side endlessly in search of non-existent street parking. The streets are already packed, and don't fool yourself, very few are willing to give up their cars in favor of public transit or an electric bike. The parking nightmare you are creating by approving these developments while closing off city streets is destroying the livability of Santa Barbara. I urge you to vote in favor of this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our final speaker is Anna Arce. Anna Arce, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Anna Arce, I'm here representing myself, somebody who lives in District 1. And this development is very intense. It is a health and safety issue. It's an environmental issue. We do need to build housing, but it needs to be affordable, livable housing that is created intentionally. Growing up here I grew up right on Milpas Street. I went to school locally. There was like an interview that Council Member Eric Friedman just did that uplifted about like the importance about impact and the importance about like school impact. A lot of our school-aged youth here on the east side already has to go to school to other areas on the MISA or because of the high impact. So trying to figure out how that's going to work out is something that's very important. And also how the flooding, thank you everybody who's uplifting the flooding, because I still live on the east side, as I said, and when there's really, really intense rains, the floods, it goes up to my like almost waist length. I'm 5'2", just for visual, but it's intense. I have to walk to go pick up my daughter, and you know, when the school got closed because of the flooding, it was a huge issue. And so I'm just concerned again how this is going to impact long term. And as we have seen in another units that were built recently, specifically the Casa Anatega, the studios there go for $3,600 and 2-bedroom goes for like $5,000. So that's going to hype up this rent as well for local community. So yes, all for housing, building intentionally, developing intentionally.
Thank you.
And
That's time.
aligning it with strong tenant protections, of course.
Thank you very much. All right, very good. So that's all the public comment. We'll come back to the rebuttal time. Madam Clerk, can you put 2 minutes and 42 seconds on the timer, please? And this will be for the appellant. Thank you. And whenever you're ready to start, let me know.
All right, so you can't approve it without neighborhood compatibility. Let me help you with a few things. All right, so
my understanding with what they're trying to do is like when you go to store, you get coupons, right? And they've got all these coupons. They've got the HAA coupon. They've got the Builder's Remedy coupon. They're trying to cash in on all the coupons. So we've got double dipping. We've got some double talk that we've got, and we've got double jeopardy for the east side. As far as Builder's Remedy goes, the applicant cannot selectively invoke builder's remedy as a threat to discourage public or board scrutiny. That is what happened at the ABR, especially when the project is not formally proceeding under that statute. They say it is, they say it isn't, maybe it's on, maybe it's off, I don't know. But the builder's remedy, to clarify that, it died the day that the housing element was certified. The developer's pre-application does not count. The only legally relevant date is April 22nd, 2024, when the formal application was filed, by which time the city was in compliance. So your builder's remedy goes away. Then there's SB 330. State law defines the application date for SB 330 and builder's remedy as the date completed. Also, under SB 330, my understanding is that union wages have to go in. So you guys have to do the union wages. But what they did was not only did they misrepresent builder's remedy as a free pass while claiming not to use it, they can't use SB 330 when you have health and safety issues like you do with the flooding and with the liquefaction. And not only that, every time we bring up these things, it's like, oh, yeah, that doesn't count. Oh, it's not that. Oh, you mean the zoning that ABR said it should follow, which, you know, they said that it should follow the zoning, which it doesn't because the L shape doesn't follow the zoning. They said, oh, it's a glitch. Well, how many more glitches do we have? It's like glitch after glitch after glitch. Do we trust, you know, people to do what they say they're going to do or not? We have so many mixed messages with this. And then, you know, we've got the AUD. Well, AUD concessions require discretionary approval and compatibility findings, which they are avoiding by invoking SB 35. So then we've got, what else do we have? I mean, I'm getting so confused with all the coupons, you know. Housing, and then I'm out.
That is time. Thank you. Then would you put on 3 minutes and 12 seconds for the applicant, please?
Mayor, before I start, I was going to answer some of the questions that Councilmember Santa Maria posed, and it's my understanding that does not count toward my time, so can I?
If they're strictly just facts and numbers, not
Correct.
qualitative and evidentiary things?
They're just answers to the questions that she asked, so.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Answering questions from the council does not count against
Very
the time.
good. Then go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Mayor, council members, so first, the question about the current tenants. The city has a tenant displacement laws and regulations that provide some additional requirements onto my client, and there are also state law protections. So specifically, the tenant has the right to remain. So even though the project gets permitted, the tenants have the right to remain until there's a certain period of construction. So they don't get evicted right away, for example. They get to stay until before construction. And if demo ultimately doesn't occur, then they can return at their prior rental rate. So that's one example of a protection. They have relocation benefits. They also have a right of first refusal. That was discussed a little bit by the city attorney, a right of first refusal to that unit. They're also deed restricted affordability protections. So in other words, if they are a low-income tenant right now, they get a right to get into a low-income unit that is comparable, and that means comparable number of bedrooms. Okay. So
Those are some more examples. Then on to the question about carbon monoxide and the ventilation. So this project will comply with the building code. There's plenty of light and air. The garage is ventilated to the roof, and all the other type of equipment will be on the roof. The building is set back in wedding cake tiers. Of course, units have windows. And most importantly, the city's building department will confirm compliance with the building code, and including requiring carbon monoxide monitors and smoke detectors in each unit.
All right, very good. And then when you're ready to go, Ms. Collins, let me know for your rebuttal.
Okay, great. Mayor, council members, so without question, the Housing Accountability Act applies to this project. It protects this project, including the project design approval, including the lot merger that is a part of this application. It includes protections of the market rate units. So the way the HA works is there are protections for all housing projects. Those are the J findings. That's where the health and safety things are. Then there are additional protections. Those are the D findings. Those apply to affordable housing projects. And then the builder's remedy is one of those findings. It's the D5 finding. So HAA applies to this entire project. And what it means is that the city just can't say no to this project without risk. The Goleta case that was mentioned by your city attorney was my case. The Attorney General intervened in that case with me, and we did win. If you lose, you did hear some of the liability from the questioning. It also includes attorney's fees. I would get all my attorney's fees, my client would get the attorney's fees for bringing the case and putting forward the case, which can be quite significant. There was a recent case that was $1.1 million just in the attorney's fees to bring the case. I'm not saying this as a threat, I'm saying this just to inform. I know that seems like a weird line, and I know many of you personally and outside these rooms, and so it's uncomfortable, but I'm just explaining what the state law regime we're working in is. The other piece is the city does have a pro-housing designation application, and denying this project does put that application at risk, so it also puts at risk the grant funding and other things that flow with that. There's been some confusion about the builder's remedy. I'll kind of try to explain that. And as I said, the builder's remedy is a piece of the Housing Accountability Act. It's just one piece. And all it means is the one finding, D5, you couldn't deny us if we were not compliant with the zoning. That's all it means. But in fact, we are. We are compliant with the zoning. But it also means that if my client, for example, were to sell this project and someone else were to come in and change it, which we can change it by more than 20% as of the January changes, we could build anything that is not, that complies with any type of zoning since we're an old builder's remedy, we don't have limits of zoning. So I'm not saying that again as a threat. It's the flip side. My client has been respectful and has complied with AUD, right, with the rights that come with state bonus density. And so finally, I'll say we desperately need new market and deed restricted units in the city. This project delivers them. The average size of these units is 632 square feet, okay? They're studios, 1 and 2 bedrooms. The city has a great track record of complying with housing laws. Please keep that up. Thank you.
All right, very good. With that, we're going to come back to council for deliberation and eventually a motion. Let's remember that the appeal is structured on a lot of procedure that was either thought wrongly done or incomplete or incorrect. So remember, we have to make the findings to tell staff to come back with findings. So let's keep that as, obviously you guys can say what you want about the qualitative aspects of the project, but we have to pay attention to the details as well. So with that, who'd like to stand up first? It looks like Mike is our winner.
Figure you'd make me go first. So first, I'd just like to apologize for what I'd call the technical nature of this process. Unfortunately, in today's world of, frankly, both our local development processes, but more importantly, in our state-imposed development processes, this becomes at least in my opinion, a very technical, black and white, unemotional event. It's not lost on me that regardless of what all the neighbors, well, I'll carve out the guy in the back row who lives right next door. I'll put him in with there too. But regardless of what all the neighbors think, the real human impact here is the construction of the project and the loss of the immediate housing for the people that are living there. There's a human impact that far exceeds the process impact, and I think we get caught in the look and feel and impact, and the world's changing. But to me, there's a real loss. There's a real loss in regard to the human impact and what that will do to people. That said, at the end of the day, I mean, my assessment of this is there's a lot of discussion and argument going on over what is really about 5 feet, because you could build a 45-foot housing project there within the current city structure without having to use bonus density or builder's remedy. And yes, it would have to go through the compatibility process, but that process would be restricted from reducing any density by law. And you would find in our design process people that don't want a 4-story, 45-foot building and would attempt to make that a 3-story or a 2-story, and they would run up with the same problem as we're looking at right now, that you cannot reduce the density by law. Doesn't have to be a builder's remedy or a bonus density project to get involved with that density issue. So I think you've heard, and I love Ms. Collins's threats. I don't take them as threats, you know that, but I'm just giving you grief for saying that. But that's an accurate assessment of the constraints that we have on. And literally, I don't know how to take off that red rope off of our wrists, okay? I think all of us up here, I'll speak for myself. I think definitely I feel, in fact, I think I've sat here and called the state legislation obscene in what it pushes down upon local municipalities. By the way, we can't use Bakersfield anymore. You'll find out why, as an excuse of it's not Bakersfield, but that'll become clearer pretty soon. But it's literally it's a burden we operate under, and the threats financially and procedurally are very real. You can stand up and say this isn't true about charter cities. We've been in closed session meetings, and both with our team of internal attorney staff, and purchased other expert opinion outside of the city, and it's very true that we are subjected to the same as non-charter cities. So, and it's always surprising to me, but I play in the sandbox, that people find out what is currently zoned where they're living, and it's a surprise to them that you could have a 3 or 4-story, 45-foot building next to you right now, even though this will be 50 feet, but you could have that already. And so there's probably all kinds of unknowns like that are probably just generally unlikable. So in addition to all that, I asked a question earlier, which I knew the answer to, and that is, regardless of the concessions and waivers being given, this project would come very, very close without that. If you just took away the height and took away the 2 waivers, it would come very, very close by itself to being definitely being consistent and has been found to be consistent at the Planning Commission level with the city's general plan. The unit size, the setbacks, the open yard are met in this project just like they would be any other project that's done in the city. It just also happens to get some other things because of the housing they're building. The base density, the 15% of base density, very low and low, that we're getting out of this project is not found in any other project that I've seen in both 10 years as a planning commissioner and 5.5 years up here. That is more than we're getting in our current projects. It's not enough, but it's more than we're getting in our current projects. The project's voluntary then providing another 10% of base density units to give us like a carve back to what our normal inclusionary would be in moderate income is, again, unlike any other project I've seen in 15.5 years. They only add up to whatever that was, 15 or 16. I get that, and did that math, right? 74 market rate. But let's just compare that to the 8-story thing, or even La Cumbre, which could build 500 units or 600 units and end up only providing affordable housing for 7.8% because of state law, okay? So this is smaller in scope, and I guess I would say that it's batting a little bit above its weight class in terms of what it's providing back to the community compared to what we see every day. Caveat would be, we don't like what we see every day, but I think this is not a step backwards. This is a step in the right direction. Just a couple random thoughts based on things I said. State housing laws have zero wiggle room. I've heard this said over and over again. People that I know this, send me emails and tell us we do have wiggle room, whether they're building their organization goodwill or advocating because they have to. But things like traffic, parking, height, fire safety, views, look and feel, water, charter provisions, they mean nothing to the state legislation. We are not exempt from that state legislation. I think also if you're going to look at projects like this, then you are in the position we're in. The Milpas corridor, like any other business and transit corridor, is the place to start to see these projects. Somebody made a comment about the ABR hearing, and I will tell you my experience, there are other procedural processes where we have hearings that mean nothing. You heard about one of them earlier tonight. That would be a lot merger. It's not discretionary, but you still have a hearing. We also do staff hearing officer hearings on ADUs. They're just a show-up hearing where there's no approval or disapproval given. We're just required to have a hearing. I would join you in, it's kind of silly, but just seems to be something where we're in a conflict with allowances maybe that state law requires us to do, but a charter that still says we have a hearing. Someday when I'm dead, that'll all be fixed. Finally, so, you know, the gentleman from Pearl Chase and you ladies from Allied, you know, a lot of your comments resonate with me, but my job is sitting up here making a decision to protect the city in a manner that does not make us pay for a mistake. So while I don't think personally that this project strays much out of what our local control would also allow too, I hear those thoughts and those ideas on look and feel and what we're losing, and I agree with them, and I am hopeful that someday the groups that are out there advocating to get that legislation changed will work. But I'd be remiss if I didn't also say that part of the reason we're here is because we caused this problem ourselves. Decades and decades and decades of being reluctant to at least follow a path of reasonable development has put us in the crosshairs of the state, where it is now what they say and nothing else. It's draconian, it's heavy-handed, it has a disproportionate negative impact on small coastal cities that rely on being a small coastal city for their economics and their quality of life. But I'd almost put those red ropes on my wrist right now for you, just to show you how I feel. So I will deny the appeal. I can agree with and make the staff's recommended findings, and then support directing staff to return with a decision and a findings resolution to reflect the decision today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I don't believe state legislators want us to overlook health and safety. I don't think that is the goal of these laws that are being pressed upon us, and so I think we have health and safety concerns. The traffic collisions at this intersection, I think, are enough of a safety concern. We have new data internally that has showed us that we have 1 million more visitors to Milpas than we've had in the past. That's a lot. That's a lot of new visitors. That's a lot of increased traffic. If you have a child in high school, junior high, or in any school in Santa Barbara, because they're not up on the Riviera or in that area, you're passing through there and you see how backed up it gets. If you've evacuated from the east side or from the Riviera, I think Mr. Sebastian Montana Jr.'s analysis, spot on. That's my experience as well. You're not all coming down Montecito Street, and you couldn't if you wanted to, because it doesn't move quickly enough in evacuation. And unfortunately, we've had enough evacuation experience to know this firsthand. It isn't theoretical, the implications of that. If these lots weren't merged, we would have ingress egress on 2 different sides of this property. I think there are health and safety considerations and issues with if a fire is within the building itself. Can those residents of those 90 units get out if they need their cars, or in an evacuation for other reasons? I do believe that structures can be built to liquefaction issues. However, I think they need to be analyzed and evaluated if it's in that zone. I'm not prepared to say this one, would or wouldn't, and that's not my purview, but I do think it's an oversight not to have this type of assessment. In addition, I don't believe the concerns of, and this is a quote, the livability of the units in terms of light and air, and the recommendation to deinstitutionalize the project design has been addressed. Not that it couldn't be addressed. I don't think it's been addressed. In addition, it's out of scale with the neighborhood. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. I think we have flooding, traffic, ingress, egress that needs to be evaluated. Not non-fixable, but evaluated. We, as a body, have already made the finding that this is not an appropriate location for ultra-high density. We already voted to remove the high priority overlay in the area. I understand that hasn't been done, and that the applicant has rights, and there's the right you have, and there's doing what's right. And if we know that this is an area that has issues with the high density like this in terms of flooding, evacuation, neighborhood compatibility, but other safety issues, I just think we shouldn't be merging lots and getting rid of ingress and egress on other sides. And I have a real issue with the removal of the senior overlay. I understand that they're going to be replaced with affordable units, but we're losing the senior part of those affordable units. And seniors are being pushed out right and left here. That's like the fastest growing population of people who are homeless, is because Social Security checks don't go as far. So the senior overlay part, I think, or the covenant with the senior, it's both. It's that it's senior and affordable. So I do think that's a loss. I'm concerned that story polls weren't used. I think this limits the transparency and diminishes public trust. If we don't have story polls, then we have to rely on whoever shows us a picture with them hand-drawn in or however they're drawn in. And because I don't have story polls to contradict that to myself, that's what I'm going to go on. I don't know. If there's no story poll, how do I know? How does the neighborhood know? How does anybody know? How do people across the street know? So I think that's, erosion of public trust. I'm going to go into a few more things about the cumulative traffic effects, but still just going by documents here. So in the ABR findings on April 14th, I disagree with almost all of them. The project is consistent with the design guidelines that are applicable to the location of the project. I would say not found. The design of the project is compatible with the architectural character, distinctive characteristics of Santa Barbara. I would say not found, particularly the Milpas corridor that's eclectic, mixed use, variable heights. The third one, the size, mass, bulk, height, and scale meet the zoning code, and therefore we can find it appropriate for its location. I would say we can't find it appropriate, and I'll show the reasons why in the design guidelines. And even though I know you have certain rights, the project does not impede the public views of the ocean or mountains. I can't make that finding, so I can't agree with that one either. The use of open space and landscaping is appropriate. All the comments in both the Planning Commission and the Architectural Board of Review contradict that. They all say the landscaping's inadequate. We need to work on the landscaping. So I don't know how they found that the landscaping is appropriate when all of their comments directly contradict that. And then the last finding that the board looks forward to further detailing location, mechanical units, and vents, and looking forward to them being appropriate to the neighboring properties. Significantly, 2 board members voted no because they could not make the findings regarding size, mass, bulk, and scale. Comments at these different meetings, at the ABR, a notable comment, Member 6 believes there was a mistake in the priority housing overlay that allows this size of development on Milpas. Also says the blank walls on north elevations are not acceptable. That hasn't really been addressed. I mean, a little bit, but lot line to lot line, monolith. It also says in future meetings there need to be documentation of the condition of the neighbors to the east and include the 3D elevation in presentation. Not sure that was done. In other board member Anderson cannot support the size or architectural style of the project. The style is not fully developed and is not compatible with the neighborhood, Santa Barbara style. Another asked for a study breaking the building up into multiple buildings if possible. I didn't see a study that contemplated that. I would love to see that study, if you could have the same density but have them broken up. Another asked to study the condition and how to juggle massing to better address that contradiction. Member Whalen agrees with all the comments about the north elevation. Another one wants attention to the neighbors on the east side. So I'm not sure that those were specifically addressed. And this one from Planning Commission about concern over the livability of the units in terms of light and air, that one is very concerning to me. And then, though I know that these are, again, their rights, but the Haley Milpas Design Manual, I'm sure you're familiar with it because you had it in your presentation with the note that you don't actually have to do it. So I know that. But the guidelines say their hope is that they're the starting place. They're the place where a project starts to try and be compatible. It's not at the end to be like, well, I don't have to do that. And it's a guideline. It's a kind of good neighbor thing. It says it's the starting place, not final. But things that it calls out for is human scaling for pedestrian environment, projects to be woven into existing fabric. Big one to ensure continuity and harmony. And lacking harmony was a direct comment of one of the planning commissioners. So I'm not sure that the harmony issue's been addressed. And, we can poo-poo it or say, harmony is not definable. But this is really a whole document attempting to describe what harmony is. it also says in this district, the wall articulation is very important to the forms, particularly because it's such an eclectic neighborhood. It talks about creating human spaces, emphasizes landscaping, and recommends building setbacks of 20 feet and having a green corridor. So yeah, you don't have to do it. You know you don't have to do it. You've already made it very clear what you don't have to do. But really, 20 feet is the recommendation, and you're right up to the lot lines. Also in this document too, there's a whole section on awareness. The primary guideline is awareness, having an understanding of the environment. What kind of activities will take place on the property, the next door neighbor's property, the street, on the block, the habits of people in the neighborhood, including those who will be using the proposed project. I think this matters, because people are what give the community life. They're more important than the building, than the landscaping, even than the street. It is for them that all structures are either built or improved. So I think that addresses the livability. And again, this isn't in I believe the findings are in the health and safety. These are just in my comments. In the design concepts in this document, also they specifically talk about how eclectic it is. And then on harmony. Harmony is probably the single most important consideration in the planning of a project for an established area. New construction should reflect the existing neighborhood, not contrast with established character. The design of a proposed addition should follow the general scale, proportion, and massing of the original. So again, those are guidelines, and I understand they're guidelines that we probably should codify. I continue to have issue with that on the documents. It says that the project are proposed under the city's AUD incentive program and state density bonus law. So that's just a comment that I think if it's a builder's remedy, I mean, all through, we've been getting updates on builder's remedy projects and other things. This hasn't been flagged as a builder's remedy, but so there's confusion on that for myself, and so I imagine for the public what kind of project it is. On the Milpas frontage, and this is in our urban design guidelines, and I think you showed this in your presentation too in the figure. I think that this project could go a little farther towards the differences in heights and not just stepping back, but some variation side to side. It is going to permanently change the corridor, the Milpas corridor. And I think, knowing that and knowing that you're familiar with the area, know what kind of impact this is going to have, I guess I would just ask for more sensitivity to that, even though I'm so grateful it's not a bed and breakfast, thank you, and so grateful that it is stepped down inside, also, thank you. I think it could go a little bit farther in breaking it up to get there. And the housing is good. One more comment, last comments about general plan. Because we just updated our housing element, I think that's where we focus, is just, housing element, and this is a housing project. But in the general plan and the policies, and this is in our documents, the applicable general plan policies specifically for this project, and this was in the Planning Commission notes and in the others, there's quite a few that, that prioritize affordable housing for extremely low, very low, low, moderate, and middle incomes, okay. Focusing the growth, it is important to focus it where we need, and we absolutely need to update and follow through on what council voted on for removing the high priority overlay. But there are other things in here that are not addressed, like within there's community character. That's in the, when we talk about our general plan, consistent with our general plan, well, what about this part? Strengthen and enhance design and development review standards and processes to enhance community character, promote affordable housing, and further community sustainability practices. And under that building size, bulk, and scale, ensure that proposed buildings are compatible in scale with the surrounding built environment. Like, that's part of the general plan that I find important too. This does do many of the policies, prioritizing infill housing. I think that is great about this project. I think also the deed restrictions, I guess were covenant, not deed restrictions. I think that could be addressed and is addressed in the general plan, talks about preserving those. Also in the general plan policies, that was in the Planning Commission documents and ABR, visual resource protection. New development or redevelopment shall preserve or enhance important public views and viewpoints for public enjoyment, where such protection would not preclude reasonable development of the property. I think there's a way to get to the reasonable development of the property. I think without it being quite this bulky and massive. Another general plan policy, ER30, enhance visual quality. Not only retain, but improve visual quality of the city wherever practicable. Okay, so when we're talking about consistency with general plan, well, I won't even go into the circulation element because that's a whole nother part of the general plan. It's not just one line of the general plan about build, 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 build that is what we're to be considering. I think we're supposed to be considering the whole general plan. So with that, and just really, I think it's almost there. And since this is going to count as one of our review hearings, I guess. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't be including all of these comments about it, but I mean, I guess I have to take that opportunity. I think it was broken up a bit. If it wasn't 4 stories and was broken up so you could see the mountains, and if there was ingress and egress on both sides of it and not just one passageway, I think it would go a long way. And I think that's, that's in your discretion. But I do think we have health and safety questions that have not been answered. And I'll repeat them in terms of traffic collision at this intersection, ingress and egress, evacuation routes. I don't believe the solar study was adequate. I believe it's out of scale with the neighborhood and design guidelines and our general plan. I don't believe the concerns of livability of the units in terms of light and air and the recommendation to deinstitutionalize the project has been answered. And we have, yes, I can make those findings, and I would make those findings and hope that it would go back and change that. And then this is just my comments for ourselves internally. I'm going to put this under my list of needs for the future, and hopefully there may be some other council members who see it this way. We must follow through on removing the high priority overlay from Milpas. I mean, that has to happen. We voted on it. If it's not going to happen, then we need to vote on that we're agreeing that that is not a priority. Because once we vote on something, I think we have the expectation it's like going to happen. And now these are multiple projects now. Because of these types of projects is why we say, oh, that's right, we need to remove that overlay. So I want to say that. I really think we need a replacement ordinance, like for like.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Sens, so we need to stay within the parameters of the project that's before us. Thanks.
All right. I'll bring those up separately. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I want to wholeheartedly echo and second what Councilmember Sneddon said, every one of her comments. I'm going to do my best to not repeat what she said, although, we very much see eye to eye on this issue. I am genuinely excited at the prospect of building more housing because, yes, we need more housing, but we need to be very careful about how we do it. I'm very concerned about both the health and safety impacts of the folks that will live in those units, as well as the health and safety of the surrounding neighborhood. I am thinking through things, of course, we've been mentioning over and over the flooding, the liquefaction. I am concerned that as a city, we are exposing ourselves to litigation if due to our decision, the neighboring properties are adverse, they're impacted, right? If the neighboring property, there was somebody here earlier who mentioned he was the neighbor to the project, and so Maybe something that we can discuss with our legal team later, but, what do we do as a city? Are we liable for what's going to happen to the neighboring properties if we approve this? And not to mention, of course, the people that will live in those units. These are, I believe the applicant had mentioned this was geared towards, our workforce, right? Our firefighters and our doctors and our teachers and, all of these folks have families. And so if it's 94 units, it's not 94 people. It's going to be 94 times 2 or times 3. They have a child. Or if at least they have a partner or a spouse. And so this really leads us into, traffic and safety. And there was also a comment in here earlier about, children are always on their phones and, Santa Barbara High and Santa Barbara Junior High, they're all right there. And thinking about the people that will be living in those units, the children there will eventually have to go to those schools. And I don't know if we've done a study of the impact on our schools. Is there going to be space for them in those schools? Are we, to me, there's a lot of unanswered questions. Now, I do want to focus on health and safety because I know that that's mostly what we should be looking at right now. So I will do my best to leave the other comments separately. But I am really concerned about the evacuation route. The fact that both the Riviera and the East Side rely on Gutierrez, and yes, also on Montecito, but like Councilmember Sneddon said, even if you tried to get everybody out through one street, it's just not possible. Not to mention, we're talking about that's the neighborhood's risk, right? But now talking about the risk of the actual tenants, I don't know, I don't think, I don't want to compare it inaccurately, so I'll just say this is I'm concerned about the one way in and one way out for 90 units. And again, it's not, or 94 units, and it's not, again, not going to be 90 something people. It's going to be 100 and something, if not 200 and something, because it'll be families living there. So I want us to build more housing. And in fact, earlier today at our finance committee, we entered a historic partnership with our housing authority to build, low income and median income or moderate income housing. And that's a really big deal. We as a city want to build housing. That's why we applied for the pro-housing designation. But I'm concerned about, this is in my district. These are my people. This is my neighborhood. I can't in good faith say, yes, let's put my constituents in units that are not livable in terms of light and air. And so I would hope that they are, right? It sounds like they're not, and I just feel like there are a lot of, again, unanswered questions on really the health and safety, both for the folks who would live there and for the surrounding neighborhood. And then, yes, of course, we cannot, and I will not forget about the 8 seniors that live there. And I understand that while we are losing a senior, the senior covenant, and we're going to lose it for those 8 cottages. We're going to get it back in income restriction. And that'll be good, except we're not really adding much to, I think we're only adding 1 extra affordable unit. And if you look at our RENA numbers and our housing element, I know that it's often talked about that the solution to the situation that we're in our housing crisis, it's just to build more. But your average family can't afford a $4,000 bedroom. We just can't. I'm a renter. I can tell you that right now. Families just can't afford that, even on 2 incomes. And so I very much appreciate that there is, of course, some affordable housing being built. But if we continue down the path of the only solution to the housing crisis is just build, 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 we're never going to get out of here. Because if our local workforce can't afford it, and our local families can't afford to live here and send our kids to our schools, our own city workers, then what that's inviting is out-of-town people. It's inviting people to rent it out as a, just vacation place, whatever it is. And I don't want people to end up, trying to sneak in loopholes to make it a vacation rental. I won't go into that. I know that that's not part of the project. But what I will say is we need to be very careful about when we are building and proposing housing, that it is both A, compatible with the community and the surrounding neighborhood, but B, also addresses these health and safety concerns, because maybe these concerns are not as big as we think. I mean, maybe for argument's sake, it's not as bad, right? But we need the data to back that up. That's the issue, is that we don't have a lot of these things. You know, we talk about, you know, one side is saying the views are going to be completely obstructed, another side is saying, no, it'll just be intermittent, right? But we could have we could have came to a finding by just having the story polls. That could have helped us figure it out, you know? And so I'm really torn between, you know, wanting to approve housing development, but also being concerned that some of the studies and some of the research that went into it was not, I don't know if it wasn't accurate. I don't think there was any negligence. I think it was just, you know, there's a lack of information. And then one more thing I feel compelled to point out is the solar study. It was brought up a few times that is just simply not adequate, especially for the surrounding properties. So I have a hard time denying the appeal. I want to uphold the appeal, but also understand that we have some constraints here. And so I will say it does not seem to be compatible with the neighborhood. It does seem to pose some significant health and safety concerns, but I also don't think it has to stay that way. I think we could go to back to the drawing board and make some amendments so that we can all get a little bit of what we want. We do want more housing, but we also need it to be affordable and it needs to be safe. That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, well, I'll just start by saying in quasi-judicial settings, it's really important to me that I confine my comments specifically to the grounds on which the appeal was filed. To me, that's my obligation in this setting, not to sort of think beyond that box, which is presented in front of me. And that is really constraining from the point of view of what's appropriate for me to talk about from a policy perspective. But I think it's designed that way, and it's really important that we respect that process. And so I start by just noting that. I mean, I think there's a lot that's been brought up substantively that we could have a lot of really good, really important conversation on, and clearly we should. There's clearly a lot to dig in here. But for me personally, I just have to say at the outset that it's not an appropriate time or place for me to get into it. But looking forward to the broader conversation. So that's my thumbs up there. I am in agreement with Councilmember Jordan on this issue. I too feel the frustration in the room. I know that frustration's real, and I appreciate that. And to the extent that frustration is around the onerous weight of state law constraining our behavior, I share that completely. It really is quite a challenge to have a continuous set of rules, ever-changing rules coming down from the state telling us what we can and can't do in the areas on which we can and can't opine. So I do share that frustration. One of the public commenters said, though, or said, we need to dial back state law. And I just, with great respect, because I know that frustration is real, but that is just not the way our system works, that a local government can dial back state law. We are, however, I think it's very important to note, actively engaged, maybe for the first time in many years, lobbying in Sacramento with the full weight of groups of cities as well as our own lobbyists to try to convey the real impact of these rules on our community. So I want to put that out there, that we are taking steps in the way that we can. But I don't see, in the way that Councilmember Jordan described it, these state laws apply, and our hands are tied. I didn't hear anything in the testimony or in the appeal that would demonstrate otherwise. And I also want to say that I agree, even though state law tells us, mandates the decision that we have to make here, I don't think this project differs in any meaningful or significant way from our own rules around housing in this city. So there is the state law issue, but if you look at the obligations and the rights that are afforded within our system, this is pretty close. And we are getting a lot of affordability out of it. And, you know, there are so many times that we have sat up here and said, infill with as much affordability as you can possibly create is what we are begging developers to create. I mean, I can't tell you the number of times that I have said that from this dais. And so to be in this setting and uphold this appeal, even with the state law implications, honestly, truthfully, I have to say that I think the message we would be sending if we did that is essentially to tell the legislature that they were right not to trust us to implement our own housing laws. I agree that there are ways that this project could be improved, and I do wish that there would have been an openness to maybe a second, or I guess it would be a sixth, design conversation. But at the end of the day, this is what we are asking our developers to do. And the affordability component is a good thing. Things are changing, and I recognize how challenging that is. I know, you know, the project was brought up that's in my own neighborhood. And there are the project from earlier today at Finance Committee, that's in my neighborhood. Change is really difficult, but we have an obligation to put new housing units where they are most appropriate, and state law tells us that we don't have a choice either. So I think with all that said, very respectfully, and I appreciate the conversation, it was an important one to have. I will be voting to deny the appeal.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first, thank you to all the neighborhood. I know this is tough. This project is not something that you feel is compatible. The way I look at it is this is another Scott Wiener special out of Sacramento, and Ms. Collins herself even referred in one of her comments that the housing laws are part of the state regime. She used that specific word, and I think it gets to the point that local government is being more boxed out time and time again. I appreciate my two colleagues' comments on this, and I'll go through my reasoning, but I find myself where Councilmember Harmon and Jordan are on this. The first, and Councilmember Harmon made a really important point. There's the broader issue of what we want to do in the future, but we are constrained specifically to what the appeal is about, and that's it's legally we're constrained to that. Regarding the public health and safety, there are going to be impacts. I think everyone knows that, but there is a threshold that they must get to in order for it to trigger us to be able to find those as requirements to uphold the appeal. And based on the presentation and the comments from my colleagues, I don't feel it's reached that threshold to get there. Not only that, I would have to rely significantly on us as council going against our own staff, who I want to quote out of there. This is where I started, and I tried to find, hey, are all these impacts going to supersede what is written in the staff report? And it specifically says the proposed project is consistent with the city's objective, quantifiable written development standards, conditions, and policies, with the exception of those which are granted relief through state density bonus law. And there is no evidence that the proposed project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety. There is when our staff is recommending, or it comes to position, there's an added burden on the council to have findings that go above and beyond our staff. That's just the case. it makes it more difficult if you're going to uphold an appeal based on public health and safety, and our staff has made the findings that you can't do that. And why is this important if the threshold for public health and safety is there, and we think it's there, we were to uphold the appeal and go to court and it's not. In court, there's the Housing Accountability Act, and there are significant penalties that the state has put in. We heard it's anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 per unit. That's anywhere from $900,000 to $4.5 million, plus attorney's fees, which I can guarantee you will also be over $1 million. And after paying that, the project would probably get to go forward anyway. And on top of that, the developer could decide that some of the voluntary benefits they put in because we delayed the project, they're not going to do anymore. So we might actually end up losing the case, spend a bunch of money we don't have that we could actually put into our local housing trust fund, and we might get a project that is significantly, those 80 to 120, those units would go away. You might even get reduced parking. So you might, instead of having the 65 parking spaces, it could go down even further, 45, it could go down even further. That is all a significant risk. And from everything in my involvement with League of Cities, is the case law right now under state laws, the state density bonus, it is evolving, it's not clear, and most of the time it goes against cities. That's what's happening. The other thing to consider is I spoke at a League of Cities conference. I found the lead attorney who represented a number of cities, about 5 cities, who sued on Senate Bill 9 a couple years back. I got in touch with her and some of her team, and I met with them, and they walked me through. And they won. They actually won, and it was a big deal. But here is what I found out. What the state legislature does is they look at those court cases, and they look at why they're denied, and they're very specific why they get denied, and then they go and they change the law. So we could spend a bunch of money on this, and even if we win, they could come back and change the law. And that's what's happening. The other thing is that gives me more confidence in what I'm saying right now is the same issues we're dealing with here, we were dealing with a year ago or more at La Cumbre Plaza up in the 5th District. And same thing, Senate SB 330 project. This one, they're going above the city charter, 72 feet in one area. And every time the council came in and said, hey, that can't be right, we would look at it, our own staff, and we actually did our diligence because it's so important to the community. We had outside counsel who specializes in housing give us advice as well. And they came to the same conclusion. You could do all this, but there is a risk, and it's a significant risk. And I just want to say that I'm going to bring up some court cases that locally, most of them are ours, but one was mentioned, all ours except for the one that was mentioned, Goleta. Goleta challenged and lost. That's $1 million. They spent like $1 million or something like that. I can't remember. Ms. Collins knows what it is. She could probably say the numbers, but it was over $1 million as I understand it from the city of Goleta, which is, when you look at it, that would be like $3, $4, $5 million for us. They lost. We've had, over the last decade, when dealing with state law issues and a couple other things, the city has taken on risks to protect neighborhoods, and we've lost. District elections, the city of Santa Barbara fought, and that was a state law, and lost and had to spend a couple $1 million on that to do what they could have done for.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Prim, so I did counsel Councilmember Sneddon to stay within the bounds of the appeal, so I'm going to have to counsel you the same. Thanks.
All right, so you get the point, is there's a significant risk, and so for me, that's where it comes down to is From what I heard from the presentation and my colleagues, the threshold for public safety wasn't met, and that would not bode well for us if we were to go to litigation, which is almost 100% what would happen. Thanks.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to city staff for the hard work on this issue, and thank you for the applicant for being willing to invest in the community with housing. And thank you to the appellant for being brave enough to speak out and do all the research that you did. It was really impressive. I'm feeling really conflicted like my colleagues because I too am pro-housing. But yeah, this makes me feel very uncomfortable, and being a representative of the people, to hear all the input from all of you and how it's going to affect your quality of life and the character of the neighborhood. It makes it a difficult decision for me because, especially right now, we're being asked to push back against the federal government. And essentially, you all are asking to push back against state government. So it's hard for me not to agree with that sentiment when we're already doing so much. So in the sense of that, we're being asked to protect the public, our residents, from certain things that the federal government is doing. So this is another issue where public safety is at risk, and it's being imposed on us by state government. So I too will be supporting the appeal.
Okay, very well. So, yeah, we kind of came up with that kind of confusing Venn diagram of local versus state versus builder's remedy versus SB3. They're all the things we put into that mix. So I get why it's confusing, and frankly, you know, with all due respect to the applicant, I don't like this project much either, but the other side of the coin is, it is what we're facing. These are fires we're putting out all over town, whether it's up in the Hope area, whether it's on the west side, whether it's in the Brinkerhoff or in the Riviera. This is the reality we're looking at right now. I also am concerned about traffic and safety and circulation, as well as egress in an emergency. But we've closed other streets, like the big one out front of us, as well as blocked off streets with bicycle impediments. So if we're going to do this, you know, we need to consider all those things. So those are the kind of things that can put us at risk too. But when it comes to our findings that we're looking at today, and the assertions of the appellant that, you know, basically we applied all the rules wrong and that staff was wrong, I have to disagree. I think staff adequately answered all of those findings in there. We're battling against, like you said, every mayor that I have an association with, which is almost most of them in the state now, is going through this very same thing right now. And the arena numbers are basically one of the biggest bunches of tone deaf social engineering there is. And we're faced with these things. We're faced with taking residential neighborhoods and building these, I think, out of scale, out of place things in there. But at one point in time, that was all zoned at 60 feet. Then we had a referendum brought down to 40 feet, and then that went away again too. So it's been confusing. It's been something. The Milpas area needs to have a master plan. I get that. But even if we had a master plan, it wouldn't stop this, given the state control over housing and density and the things that we're doing. So I have to find for denying the appeal based on what happens, and to direct the staff to make those findings when we come back at our next final meeting. With that, I will entertain a motion from Mr. Jordan.
I'll go. So I'll move the staff recommendation.
Motion by Jordan.
Oh.
Mayor Rouse?
Second.
Wait, Mayor Rouse? Could
you
I
are.
ask that the staff recommendation making the findings on, starting on page 12 of the staff report?
If that's what B means, yes.
We go into the
Or 12.
CAR now. Okay, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah, I think
Okay, so-
in
Was
my
there a
comments,
second?
I had a much
Wait,
longer
Ms.
support
Connect, you want
for the
something more
findings,
specific,
but-
or?
Oh, no. I was just asking if there was a second.
Okay, is there
Yeah,
a second to that?
I think we
it
know
was
what the
Ms.
findings
Harmon?
are suggested.
Okay, first by Jordan, second with Harmon, and then we have Ms. Sneddon to the motion.
To the motion, just for comments for the record, that I cannot make the findings for health and safety, cannot make the findings that the project's consistent with design guidelines. I cannot make the findings that the design of the project is compatible with the character of the city and distinctive characteristics of the Milpas area. I cannot make the finding that the size, mass, bulk, height, and scale meet the code and is incompatible. I could not make the finding that the project does not impede public views of the ocean or mountains. I cannot make the finding that the use of open space and landscaping is appropriate. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Very good. Does everyone understand the motion? All right, very good. Do you have something to say, Ms. Santa Maria?
Just a procedural question. Would Mr. Jordan be open to splitting the vote into A and B separately?
You can propose second motion, an alternative motion if you want, or what?
Or an amendment to his motion?
She can propose an amendment to the motion, and then that would need to be voted on.
Right.
Okay.
What is, so would you like to do that?
Yes.
And what would you like to propose?
So I'd like to propose that we vote on the appeal and directing staff to return to council with decision and finding resolutions separately, in order for us to have a separate vote on that.
So just so I'm clear, because the two go together, we need to vote up or down on the appeal and direct staff to return with findings.
Correct.
So-
But regardless of whether we voted up or down, we still have to vote yes or we still have to have the findings, correct?
Correct.
So that's why I was thinking if somebody's voting no on A but yes on B, that would be,
No, that would not make sense.
oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. You know what? I will withdraw my motion.
Okay, very good.
Thank you for answering that. That
Thank you.
makes sense.
So the motion on the floor still stands. If everybody understands it, then we will go to a vote, please. Motion to deny the appeal by Jordan. And findings.
Very good. And please correct me as I go along here. Motion by Councilmembers Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to approve the recommendations as made by staff, making the findings,
Wait a minute, Ms. Connect?
Yeah, Madam Clerk, I would say to deny the appeal, make the findings beginning on page 12 of the staff report, and direct staff to return to City Council with a resolution reflecting the findings.
Thank you. Can we just take that as a
yes. we can-
recorded motion?
Okay,
Is
we-
that correct, Mr. Jordan? Ms. Harmon?
Okay, so that will be the motion as stated by City Attorney Connect.
Okay. That
Moment
works
to go.
for
Okay,
all of us.
very good. We'll go ahead and vote.
Motion carries 4-3 with Santa Maria Sneddon and Oscar Gutierrez denying the motion. By voting no. All right, very good. With that, we'll move on to council member committee assignment reports. Anyone? Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended Sadako Peace Day, commemorating the 80th anniversary of Hiroshima, Nagasaki bombings, put on by the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. Attended Sustainability and Resilience Committee meeting, and also attended a CCRB meeting.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. I was able to attend the Creative Resistance at the Community Arts Workshop and was able to speak to the crowd there and be able to see some great art. And I encourage everyone to go check it out. It's pretty cool. Thank you.
All right, very good. And if there's no one else, I would like to adjourn the meeting in the memory of Pat Fallon, who was our former head of the Sister Cities Association, who passed away very recently. And with that, we stand adjourned at 10 minutes to 7. Thank you.